Tonight we're playing 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons in the realm of Forgotten Realms. Currently residing in Faerun. This is the group of adventurers here before you. We have Kaz, we have Corvin, we have Belkin and Alokian, all following a interesting character by the name of Zan Bodrin, a human of some sort, but of foreign nature, as he has some interesting quirks and mannerisms. But he leads a group of, these group of adventurers currently, called the Grey Lantern Huntsmen, that are bounty hunters going in and around the realms of Cormyr, Symbia, and the Dale Lands so far. So, we'll start with Kaz. Do you have any insight on the events that have transpired so far?
Well, I was hoping that the person that we had kidnapped would be a little bit more forthcoming with information after, trying to kill us and everything. But given the information that was provided, I'm interested to see what comes next. Will they seek retribution or the loss of one of their own?
Interesting. Corvin, anything in the mind of the paladin as you basically lead the group down the way of the Manticore?
Corvin is very focused on the job for sure, and he just wants to get it done. He was a little frustrated that we stopped that yesterday. A little frustrated that they stopped at the tavern. Thought they should have kept going. A little frustrated with Kaz and the way he is interacting with people, making us enemies that we don't really need. Questioning some stuff too, trying to figure things out in his personal life as this is all going on as well. But,
Indeed. The Black Banner Inn the night before was definitely an interesting... Well, we had a number of interesting events transpire there, so... Belkin. Any insights on Belkin's mind after a wonderful evening of making his coin purse, a bit heavier?
I mean, yeah, he had fun. He had a good time. It kind of got soured when we got attacked by the Cult of the Dragon. He kind of feels like that was a waste of time on the Colt's part. I mean, we're all small time for the most part, so he doesn't know. He can't grasp why they would go after his group. He can't get behind that thought process of being that petty. So
Okay.
he's kind of confused. So.
All right. Lokian.
So Alokian had an interesting interaction with Corvin, of course. Mostly like an internal struggle with what had happened, of course, during the fight. Alokian not being one to enjoy suffering or seeing suffering. He kind of let it slide with Corvin somewhat torturing that guy before finally ending it. So at the end of the night, when everyone was ready to go to sleep, it was revealed that Alokian did a little self-flagellation, a little whipping of his own back in the privacy of his own tent to repent or take on that suffering as Ilmater would want to. So very interesting development for Alokian, and sort of an interesting dynamic between Alokian and Corvin.
Yes. There's an interesting dynamic happening between all the characters, and it's pretty it's awesome to watch. I like seeing characters unfold and develop like this, especially as we get deeper into the sessions. I know it's just gonna grow, and I like that. I love it. So currently, the group of you are beginning to bed down for the evening. I believe Corvin, Kaz, and Belkin are already probably sleeping. As Alokian is taking on some of the suffering that's been caused this day. I do have a question for that. Does Alokian heal those few points of damage that we discussed? Does he heal those few points of damage with magic, or does he just let it heal over time? Does he hold on to that suffering and in remembrance of that?
He sleeps on that suffering.
Okay.
He goes to bed with those wounds. He does not magically heal himself. He wants to feel that suffering as the other person did.
Awesome.
So, like I said in our last session, he does have scars already on his back that you can that if someone were to see,
yeah,
there are visible scars from him doing this before. He does not magically heal them. They close up on their own. He sits with that suffering.
And Alokian's taking the first watch for that evening, correct?
Yes, as soon as he's finished with his ritual, he'll go do the first watch.
Right.
Can I ask a question real fast?
Yes, absolutely. Anytime you have questions, interrupt me. It's fine.
You've been with me and Zan for a while. Would there ever have been a time where you would have shown your back, or were you always hiding it?
Something I don't think you probably wouldn't have seen it unless, I would say that you probably just haven't seen it, and not for a reason of he's hiding it per se. It's just it's never.
What about like if he woke up without armor on, and maybe his shirt was wet with some blood on his back? Maybe that would have been questioned.
I mean, if you would question it,
would Corvin question wounds on his back? Or at least
If
blood wet on the back of his shirt the next day?
He probably would, unless maybe, I guess if we're just in a battle, he may not. Depends kind of the context. I'll just leave it at that.
I mean, I can tell you for sure that he would not have a problem with you knowing. But you have to decide whether. Well, I mean, like we could decide right now whether we've had that conversation in the past, because Alokian is very open about Ilmater, talks about Ilmater, and if this is just part of this, I mean, this is just part of his religion and his ritual for that. So he's not going to be closeted about it by any means. He would let you know if you asked.
I'll just say we haven't, because I think that's easier, and then we can maybe have that conversation.
Get into it later on. Sounds great. In this, where's Tomoe that evening? You have her do her normal circles overhead from time to time?
Circling above, yep.
Okay.
Her name.
All right. So, I need everyone to go ahead and roll me a wisdom saving throw.
$22 for me.
Okay.
4.
4?
6.
6.
12.
All right. So Belkin, that night, as you drift off to sleep, feeling satisfied the night before from your haul of gold from your gambling, your consciousness is pulled in through your dream state, and you're back at the Black Banner Inn. All of the rich standing around you as you're at the table. They're all placing bets upon your next die roll. The person on the other side of the table, the facilitator of this this game, is a tall, pale skin humanoid, no facial hair, but does have long black hair that's kind of draped around its face, framing it, and kind of pooling, and the tendrils just kind of laying across its chest. It's wearing a black heavy cloak or cape of some sort that's covering much of its features, but just beyond the chest, you can see on the inside, it's empty, as if it was just a void of darkness. He also has a number of piercings along his face, inside of his cheeks, through the nose, up the ridge, all around the ears, that are kind of pointing through. They are slightly pointy, but he does have more human features than an elf. So probably some sort of half-elf, if you had to guess. But then you also see, from the inside of that cape and cloak, just this almost a slight mist of shadow that turns into almost ashy flakes and then dissolves into the air. He reaches out his hand towards the table and for you to roll. And then for a moment you look behind you to see who is there, and you see Zan, you see Kaz, Corvin, Alokian, and also Livshana, bound and gagged between the group of them as they're huddled behind you. Each of them places a small, a fist-sized gem, so not small, on the table. And inside of the gem you see wispy smoke and a soft glow emanating from within. The dice in your hand, what do you do? The only person that does not put a gem down is Livshana. Do you roll the dice?
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead and roll your dice skill check, or your proficiency.
With,
Your proficiency with dice, so it'll be dexterity plus proficiency.
We got dexterity. 9.
All right. The pierced man reaches out his hand and begins to take and pluck each of the crystals from the table. It appears you have lost this time, and places them into his cloak, where they just drift into the void that's within the crevice between his cape or cloak.
Did you say that he had like a void in his chest?
Yes.
You said?
Yes. So he does have a cape that kind of drapes down, a cloak that drapes down in front of him and covers much of his body. He doesn't have the hood pulled over. His hair is revealed, the piercings, and his pale features. His eyes look off. They look slightly milky, but yeah, within the chest, there's where it's sort of open slightly. There's just a darkness, a void. And he takes one of the gems and then puts it into his chest, and you can see the light of it just drifting within the cavity before the light slowly begins to fade. As he puts the first one in there, you see Alokian's body begin to just... his form just becomes a silhouette rapidly, almost like a shadow standing next to you. His hand reaches out to grasp your shoulder, and it just passes through you before his body just turns into flakes of ash that float off and dissipate. And then he reaches out for the next gem. And he motions for you to roll again.
Alright. Here we go. Ah, 12.
Alright. He takes that gem and puts it within his chest. And you see Kaz's body do the same as Alokian's. He reaches for the next gem as Kaz dissipates and looks like directly into your eyes, very similar to what Livshana has done before, just almost looking deep within your soul. And you feel a tug come from within your chest, almost as if pulling at your very heart. Skips a beat, and he says, "Double or nothing this time. Yourself for what is left."
Absolutely.
Go ahead and make a roll.
Well, again. God damn it.
And this time, the man reaches out with his hand, a pale hand with slightly elongated claws, pierce through your chest, directly into your heart, as you can feel he begins to squeeze it. You're losing your breath. You can't think. Your vision begins to go blurry. And your friends beside you watch as you take your last moment in life, well, those that are left. And then it goes dark. Alokian.
I would like to try to reach into his void.
Okay. Go ahead. Just go ahead and make a dexterity as you try to shove your hand into his chest as well.
Yeah. You got it. 15.
Your hand does indeed enter his chest, and you push back to where you can, as if you're trying to reach for something. And it goes beyond your hand, beyond your arm, your shoulder, and your entire body is sucked in to the void as everything goes into darkness.
Oh, damn.
Your scream silent. Alokian, you hear restlessness coming from Belkin's tent. This is probably about a couple hours within your shift, probably nearing the end of it. You could probably make out a few words, maybe saying, Belkin, what would you say as your companions are devoured, sucked into the void, or even yourself, or even as you lost?
I will call him a cheater. He cheated.
You keep hearing him say, "Cheater, cheater, no cheater," coming from within his tent.
So, I'll go peer into his tent just to check on what's going on.
All right. With your dark vision, you can tell there's no light in here, but you can tell there's sweat on his hair's kind of matted. It's been raining, but the rain is slowly subsiding now, especially because you've been under this area of tree cover. A lot of the rain is broken up, and he's within his tent, I'm assuming. And so yeah, his hair's matted and still pretty wet. You can see him still tossing and turning back and forth. And then he begins to shake, as if he's cold. Maybe you're not sure.
Okay. I'll place a hand on his shoulder and say, Belkin, wake up.
As
You fucking scared.
Belkin, as you reach in to the void and your body is engulfed by this void, you feel something tug in the darkness, and your consciousness comes and jolts you awake as you take a deep breath and you see Alokian saying her name, waking you.
Oh. Oh, hey, buddy.
Are you all right?
Yeah, of course.
You seem to be disturbed and kept saying, cheater. Something you're struggling with, perhaps.
Maybe you have memories of a bad game of dice or something. There's nothing.
Well, if you ever need to speak to someone about it, let me know. Seems to disturb you greatly internally. You are shaking and sweating. It's pretty intense for just a bad game of cards or dice.
Then you never had a good game of cards or dice, my friend.
You're right.
You're not playing.
I do not know how intense these games can get. I now have somewhat of an idea. Get some rest, friend.
I will, they boy.
Belkin, you still feel almost as if something's just slightly clinging to your heart. It just feels off, weird, like almost like you might have had a stressful long day, or you drank too much. That just stress and pull on your chest is still there, just slightly, ever so slightly. Alokian, as you leave his tent, and you look around the camp, you see Livshana still peering through a crack in the canvas in your direction, sitting there, well, kneeling there in the back of the cage.
I'll approach.
Okay. She continues.
Does she?
She watches you approach.
Does she back up into the cage at all, or is she just staying exactly where she is?
She just stays right where she is.
I suppose we'll do without any trouble tonight, yes.
Her mouth bound. You can still see a slight grin begin to pull at her lips. And she shrugs.
I'll just kind of
and then she
walk away.
She looks past you and then towards Belkin's tent.
So before I walk away, I saw her look at his tent.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have something to do with his night terrors?
She looks over to you for a moment and then back to Belkin and shrugs.
Well, extra precautions must be taken then. And I will disassemble my tent.
Okay.
And use the fabric of the tent to drape over any remaining cracks in the canvas so that she cannot see out of that at all.
All right. Sounds good. So you take a little bit of time to cover the rest of the back of the canvas on the caravan, so she can't see anything.
Correct.
Who's next in the watch order for that night? Who do you wake?
I will wake Corbin.
Okay.
Corbin,
Okay.
it is time for your turn at the watch.
All right. He'll sit up and get his armor on and grab his blade.
It is
I will.
fairly exhausting, the traveling you've been doing, especially with the weather. It makes everything 10 times more difficult. Your legs are sore, your back is sore, your shoulders are sore, especially because you're wearing heavier armor. But you're okay for now. Beyond that,
Any signs of anything?
Belkin seemed to have a nightmare of sorts, but in my eyes, it was rather intense. He was shaking and sweating. Seemed to shake him up a little bit, even though he was his normal cheery self.
Hmm.
I suspect the prisoner might have had a hand, so I disassembled my tent and covered the remaining gaps in the canvas. I would just keep an eye on something like that.
Can do. Kind of nod his head and begin.
You
Yeah.
seems to still be a bit damp outside. Do you mind if I use your tent?
Well, sure. Yeah, why not?
Oh, I won't touch any of your personal belongings, of course. Just somewhere dry to lay my head, as my tent is being occupied at the moment.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah. So
Thank you.
we'll go ahead, and I'll probably try to like stay moving because I don't want to sit down too much.
okay. You pace.
I will go over to the prisoner.
Okay.
And
You
kind
can
of
see
pick
the
up-
tent. The tent is covering a majority of the backside of the caravan.
I'll probably take the cover and say, and just see if she's awake first. Is she? What's she
Yes. When you open it up, she's currently kind of sitting back, her back against the opposite side of the cage. But when you're moving it aside, she kind of sits up, cocks her head to the side, staring
How
at
are we
you.
doing tonight?
She nods.
Good. I have a question for you actually, and I'm gonna kind of take just a little part and pin it up just so I can just see a little bit of her.
Yeah,
I don't need
okay.
to like. And I'll kind of lean up against a nearby tree.
The light of the fire still kind of flickering inside the small cage where you're opening that. She scoots over to it and kind of puts her face where you've pushed that aside. She watches you.
What's your goal in all this? I mean, I know you escaped the prison, but I don't really feel like you stayed under the radar. You obviously are looking to do something. What is that?
She puts her mouth out where it's bound and gagged.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, I'll go up and I'll take it out.
The throat's a little dry. Can I have a drink?
I'll give her some water.
She takes it through the bars. Feed her like a gerbil. And
I'll
then-
I'll put a ration on the ground in front of her too. Because I don't think she's had any for a while, any food for a while.
All right.
So I will give her
She
the
does lick
ration.
her lips and pushes the ration with like her elbow to the backside and palms it for now.
So what's your goal in all this?
Well, my first goal would be to not be imprisoned.
Well, I probably could have guessed that one.
And then the next is to do what many in our world do. The will of our gods and goddesses.
Oh, that. I guess that shouldn't surprise me. You're one of those. So who is your god or goddess?
The Dark Lady. She has many gifts and powers for those that wish to walk the path.
The Dark Lady.
You
Have
can
I,
roll a knowledge religion if you would like.
Yeah, I'm really good at those. So good.
You never know.
Yeah, that's very appropriate. I've never heard of her. She go by any other names?
She has many names.
Such as?
The Dark Mistress. Let's see. What would be one that you would probably enjoy? What about the greater power of the Grey?
Greater power of the Grey.
You seem like you walk a fine line between what is good and evil.
Yeah, that's probably true, I guess. Especially if you ask Galokian over there. I bet he would agree with that. Maybe leaning on the evil side, even.
And she stares at you for a few moments and then says, she's also the Lady of Loss.
Loss, eh?
She's looking as
So-
if she's trying to read you. You can
Mhm.
tell she's intently watching.
Do you want me to roll a deception?
If you're
check?
trying to hide anything, if
I'm
you
trying-
think that would perk anything,
Yeah,
then yes.
I'm trying to cover my face, like and try not to give away anything.
Yep.
So we'll see how
Go ahead.
well. Okay, yeah, I cover it pretty well. Yeah. Don't look at me.
What did you roll?
I rolled a 23.
Okay.
Sorry, and the religion check I rolled a 0. Sorry, I forgot to
Yep.
be saying those.
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, 23. So I cover it pretty well, probably. That
Yes, you are stone cold.
loss. Yeah, I know lots of people struggle with that. What's the goal of this Dark Lady? What does she want? What's
Right.
her beliefs?
Right now, her main goal
Mhm.
is to release the Dark Sun.
Release the Dark Sun.
You can roll another religion check if you would like.
Okay. I'm sure this is gonna go well again. Oh, natural 20 for a 19.
All right.
I
Nice.
have a -1.
So, let me pull up my information for that because you'll get something there.
The Dark Sun is in the Dark SUN or SON?
Both.
So
The birth of the dark.
SUN. So that sort of rings a bell for you, Corvin. You may have run across a few of his followers, specifically, or you've even just heard about him in your learnings when you were young in upcoming Paladin. He's also known as the Black Sun. His name is Cyric, one of the greater deities, the Prince of Lies. He is a chaotic evil deity. His symbol is a white jawless skull on a black or purple sunburst. Domains is trickery. Let's see. So yeah, it's most of his followers are con men, sadists, a lot of power-hungry humans. Yeah. And you also know that, I guess with that role, he's recently been imprisoned by some of the other greater gods after murdering Mistra, the goddess of magic. And with the help of Shar.
Sorry.
You're fine.
Writing all that down.
Yep.
Oh, so why does she want him free? Good old Sarek, right? Is his name?
Yes, it is. To further her cause. He is a mighty ally to the Dark Mistress.
Oh, I'm sure. Seems quite capable from what I've heard. So what is her cause then?
To make the black sun rise.
That is awfully cryptic of you, which I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Interesting. So what about you? What's your...
I guess because you rolled a natural 20 on your religion, what was the total for that?
19.
You have a
Because I have a
minus
-1.
All right, I won't
Not
give
real
you. I won't give you what else I was gonna give you then. Sorry.
Right. No, you're good. You're good. So what's your goal? What's your next step to releasing this god from his imprisonment?
Like any prison, there are keys. We must find all the keys. She's her grin grows even more as you can see her thinking deeply. Ah, I see. Secrets among friends.
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
What is your passive insight?
Passive insight would just be 10 plus my insight, correct?
Yeah.
13 would be my passive insight.
You can see a bit of excitement begin to well up inside of her as she's coming to the conclusion of something. Well. Huh.
You have something to say?
She licks her lips. I might. I tell you what. I'd like to stretch my legs.
I'm sure you would.
There's something also off about her currently. In the darkness of this night, especially with the clouds overhead, even with her scarred face and milky white eye, there's still some weird beauty to her in the dim light that's currently going on right around. Yes, even just for a moment. And then I'll share. You can bind me again. Just to stretch my back and legs.
I'm sorry, that's not going to happen. Perhaps we can talk about it tomorrow when everyone's awake, but not in our current situation.
And you'd want me to share what I have among your others?
I don't really care.
Interesting.
I mean, I may tell them this anyways. I'm just curious.
How well do you know them all?
Lokian and Zan, I know pretty well. Zan especially, and Lokian a little bit after. The two new ones, not so well. They're pretty fresh.
The small one, the Latron then.
Mm-hmm.
If you decide to let me go for a walk, then I might have something for you.
I'll keep that in mind. Are you going to eat your ration?
I will. I'll make sure to keep it in my mouth this time.
Then eat it right now. Because you're getting gagged after.
And you can see she drops it from her hand and just moves it over to where you can see her, and she eats it.
Okay. After she finishes eating it, I will give her another drink, and then
Okay.
I will gag her again.
She takes it and allows you to gag her with no problems or issues.
Okay. And then I will close the curtain.
As you do. Have a good rest of your night.
You too. With kind of a smug smile. And close it, and he'll kind of patrol around the camp a little bit.
Okay. About an hour and a half goes by. And go ahead and you're keeping a lookout, so go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Okay. 2.
Kaz, you get the overwhelming feeling of, or emotion of danger, rise you from your sleep. And do you get the direction of where your companion is? So you feel that she's flying northeast of your current location, not too far. And you feel like there's danger, and I'm trying to think of what other emotion that she would share. Slight fear.
Okay.
But then you feel her approaching your direction quickly.
I'll snap and she'll appear on my shoulder.
Yep. Okay. And she reappears. She nuzzles you and then fluffs her feathers. She's still a bit wet as it's still raining and damp out. A slight fog at this point is beginning to rise from the ground, just very low fog.
Right. Do I get the sense how far away?
That she was probably about 100 feet from you as she was
Perfect.
doing her loop.
It's all right. We'll be okay.
She nuzzles up
Oh,
against you. You can see some of her tail feathers have been plucked out.
That area.
Hmm.
Are you all right?
She continues to just try to get comfort from you. She does kind of move her tail feathers away from you, as if slightly ashamed.
It's all right. I have been friends a long time. Whoever is responsible for this will pay dearly.
You could see she begins to eye the sky through the trees and looking around.
I'm going to head to each of the others. Corvin, I assume, is still awake.
Yeah, you can see him right now walking past the caravan right now, between the caravan and the fire.
Dash toward Corvin.
Okay.
Danger.
Cause
morning.
you don't notice it before he's like right on top of you, basically.
Do.
Corvin seemed to be
Oh.
deep in thought about something.
Scared me. Oh gosh.
Should be paying more attention, friend.
I probably should be. Why?
Danger. 90 to 100 feet to the northeast. Should wake the others.
I will draw my sword and I'll I'll get Zan, and I'll go to him first.
All right.
And I'll
Kaz, make a perception check. Also.
that'll be a big old 7.
7. Yeah. All you're talking to Corvin, as he's beginning to pull his great sword and go wake the others. Tamaway still looking at the sky, and then you notice her eyes just in her head just slowly move, and you get slowly full of danger and fear again as she's looking. You look up and you don't notice what she's seeing currently.
Oh, shit. All right. You're about to get interesting. And I will start looking for Alokian's tent. And
Alokian's tent is not there.
do it without him.
And
I'll head over to Belkin.
Corvin, who do you go to wake up? Alokian?
I go to get Zan.
Zan,
first.
okay.
I'll knock. I'll just basically knock and say danger, and then I'm gonna go straight to.
As soon as you
I'm
do
not
that,
gonna-
you hear shing as he's pulling his blade and bursting out the front of the caravan.
No. Then I will go to my tent, knowing Alokian is in there,
Okay.
and I will
And Belkin, you get awoken by Kaz. Kaz, how do you wake him?
I'm gonna take a gold coin out of my coin purse
Uh-huh.
and throw it at his face.
All right, roll a dexterity to see how well you hit.
Just like to tap off of his forehead or
Yep,
something.
that's
think
fine.
about to attack. Let me throw this coin at this guy's head.
11.
All right, you hear with a wet flat, it sticks to his sweaty cheek as he says, "Cheater!" as he wakes. As something hits you in the face, Belkin, and wakes you up from your slumber. As you involuntarily yell, "Cheater!"
Ooh, gold. I put it in my pocket.
And you see Zan standing at not Zan, I'm sorry, Kaz standing at the front of your tent.
Cheetahs are the least of our concerns for the moment. Something I believe in the skies.
All right.
Prepared.
All right. Alokian. How do you wake Alokian, Corvin?
I will first open the tent and then go, oh, it smells like herbs in here. What has he been doing? We'll, like, just shake him awake. Alokian, danger.
Flagellating.
Or
Danger.
smoking weed. I don't know what he's I assume Alokian.
He looks so chill right now.
Kind of hungry, peckish.
All right.
No, I'll just shake him awake, basically.
All right.
Get up, hurry.
Zan's on
Yes,
top
buddy.
of the caravan looking around. What danger? I see nothing out here.
Call out. Keep your eyes upward.
And he looks up. And you see his eyes catch something and he squints and follows it. Just a couple birds.
Are we all gathered at this point?
Yeah, everyone's out their tents and the fire's dying slightly as it was towards the end of Corvin's.
I
Watch.
will cast Eyes of the Night on everyone else.
Okay.
So everyone has the 300 feet of dark vision for the next hour.
All right. And Zan's like, "Oh, yeah, I only see a pair of, I'm not sure what kind of birds, but," and he points out in the direction of them. And
Those birds look weird to me at all.
so now that he's pointing them out to you, they're somewhat small, probably about a foot long birds with mostly black feathers, except for their breast and under their wings is completely white. You can roll a knowledge nature to see if there's anything, if you can identify them. And at this point, everyone sees them.
9.
Okay. Not quite sure. Anyone else?
Boy, is this the source of the danger?
You get the feeling of confirmation.
No, I rolled an 8.
Corvin doesn't know anything about birds.
Yeah, you're not quite sure what kind of birds they are, but they seem to be kind of flying overhead.
Like circling?
In a
So we-
broad circle.
How far away are they?
They're probably about 80 feet, 100 feet in the air.
Oh, firebolt.
All right, roll an attack.
So we woke everyone up for birds? As Corvin's like, what's going on?
All right, let's see. Firebolt, firebolt, firebolt. Are you kidding me? Natural
Andrew is
fucking
having one of
1 for
those
an
kind of
8.
You reach out with your magic, and the bolt of flame shoots out into the air, but then dissipates as the rain makes the flame end.
Good shot.
Done.
Corvin will smile.
You see the
Gonna
birds.
glare.
See the birds begin to, after seeing a spark of flame shoot out from the trees, begin to head off back northeast.
Wow.
Hmm.
I'm surprised we survived that fight.
You feel a bit of comfort after you shoot a firebolt towards the birds come from your owl.
Okay. Scritch behind the ear.
Hopefully they don't come back. I'm not sure we can handle them. Corvin's just smiling.
I will stare at Corvin and say, "You are lucky they left. We would all be dead."
Mm. All right. Can I roll an insight check?
Yeah, absolutely. If you're trying to deceive or intimidate, go for it.
Yep. Yep. Full on deception.
Oh, 6.
Ooh, nice.
You got a chance.
6. Oh, fuck.
You can tell there's something off about Zan, but he's off. Been off this whole time, so yeah.
I'm like right on
He
the
might
edge.
be
like,
He might be
part-
messing with you. You're not sure.
Yeah. Like. All right. Well, I will go up to. I will get real close to Kaz and like almost. I feel like it might freak Kaz out for a little bit, getting so close, and then I would scritch the owl's neck. Say, "Thank you for watching when I'm not paying attention," and then he will
Roll
walk away.
animal handling.
Oh, I'm being nice.
Yeah.
11.
Okay, she kind of steps closer towards Kaz as you do scritch her, but she does allow it after a moment.
And then I will walk away and be like, "All right, Zan, guys, you guys finished watch, and I'm gonna begin the process of taking off my armor."
As you walk away, her head follows you, even around the back side of her. As you walk away, she watches you, and you go back toward your the camp and remove the armor. As dawn is approaching in the next couple hours, the rain does subside. Clouds are still in the sky as the sun hasn't made them dissipate yet, but the rain has stopped. And the threat has fled. So, who is next in order for this evening's watch? I know Zan is now awake, and he begins to put more wood into the fire, getting it hot once more and bright in the area. But how long, Alokian, how long does your dark vision last?
1 hour.
Okay. So he's appreciative for that as he goes around and tries to find as much dry wood or branches as possible in this area because it's been raining. Gets the
Can
fire
I, can I approach? You said Zan's awake now.
Zan and Kaz are both currently awake.
Can I approach Zan and say, are you staying up for the rest of the evening?
I think I should, especially if we have to worry about birds. He whispers.
Splendid. Do you mind if I sleep in your quarters for the rest of the evening? I used my tent for covering the prisoner.
Give me a moment. And he goes to his quarters, and you hear things shift around, and he takes a few moments. If you watch him, he seems to be locking things up and putting things away, and removing his bedding, so that way you can use your own, and rolling it up and putting it in one of the side panels inside the front of the caravan. And then, go ahead.
Thank you.
Try to get as much rest as you can. We probably have a rough day tomorrow if the sun doesn't dry out the road.
Very well. Good night.
Good night. And he goes back over to the campfire. This time he's bringing a small pot with a small little burlap sack, and sits down next to it. Kaz, what are you doing?
I assume I've gotten all 4 hours of my trance out of the way.
Yes, you have.
Perfect. If I'm always okay with it, I'll send her up again to just circle around and to stay close within like 40 feet.
She's slightly reluctant this time. Go ahead. She'll listen. That's fine. She will. You can see she doesn't go very far. She'll actually get to the top of the trees
Stay
and
close.
then perch up on one of the trees and watch.
It's perfect.
You see, she's trying to hide more than anything. You get the feeling of shame coming from her.
All right.
But you see Zan take out some dark ground grit, put it into the pot with some water, and then put it over the fire. As he begins to, the smell of coffee begins to waft through the camp.
Crap. Couple of things I want to do. The first is I want to take out the bag I lifted.
Okay.
And I want to take 10 minutes and just ritual cast Identify on the bag.
All right. You take 10 minutes to identify the bag, and it is indeed a bag of holding.
Nice. I'm going to take the bag in a relatively like clean clearing. Turn it upside down and to dump out.
As you do turn it inside out and upside down, a number of items fall out of it, clinging to the ground. You see a total of 2 platinum pieces. As you take the time to go through it, you find 2 platinum pieces, 68 gold pieces, 37 copper, 3 silver, and a ornate symbol of a multi-headed dragon.
That's everything that was in there, right?
What's that?
It's everything that was in there?
That was everything that was in there. The dragon head, well, the multi-headed dragon emblem is familiar, as the group of you seen one similar. This one seems very well made, made out of different metals: copper, silver, gold, maybe platinum, as there's a bit of a strange bluish silvery color to one of the other heads. So you do recognize it as a symbol of Tiamat.
I'm gonna take another 10 minutes ritual cast identify on the symbol.
Okay. You take 10 minutes to identify that symbol as well, and much like the last, it has a location beacon that's able to be scryed upon.
I'm gonna toss it back into the bag of holding then.
Okay.
And scry on an extra dimensional space. Yay!
Yep.
And I'll take the coin, put it in my coin purse, and take my coin purse and put it in the bag of holding.
Okay.
Along with that's probably, I don't really have much on me. Backpack, unnecessary bedroll, crowbar, etc. anything that I don't really need
You're
on
gonna
my
put
person.
it in
I'll
there?
keep-
All right, just notate it that it's in there, or a little asterisk or something.
keep my thieves' tools and dice set on my person, but
Okay.
Anything that's like nighttime stuff, I'll set aside.
All right.
The only other thing that I wanted to do, now that I know that I'm always rather upset, is find like a field mouse or a rat or something,
Okay.
and then toast it for.
Okay. How do you go about finding the field mouse or rat in this slightly forested area? Or there's hills nearby also, but what do you go about doing, and how do you want to do this? What skill set do you want to use in order to try to find this?
Probably nature.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a nature check as you're looking for different signs of where mice may or rats may be currently residing in this area.
Come on. 11.
Okay. You take your time to try to find a field mouse or different things as you're looking through different fallen logs that might have holes in them, maybe even holes underneath roots. You don't find any mice, but you find a handful of grubs and worms, especially because of the rain. They've surfaced. So that's what you find for the evening for Tomoe.
I'll gather them for.
Okay. Do you give it to her currently or wait?
Yeah, currently I'll call her down.
She
Sure
comes
that
down.
She doesn't need sustenance, but flavor's still good.
Yeah, she definitely eats them. She does look like she was hungry. As probably her evening hunt didn't go as well as planned.
Yeah.
Excuse me 1 second. But yes, she eats the worms, and joy, happiness, feelings coming from her, and she'll happily go perch on the tree again as lookout for you.
Perfect. The remainder of the Night's Watch, I'll join Zan.
Okay.
Ask if he needs any assistance with the coffee or anything, and preparing whatever for the morning.
Thank you for asking, but would you like some? As he's been beginning to sieve some out for himself into one of his wooden mugs.
Coffee would be very much appreciative. Thank you.
It's been a long night. I made enough for everyone, especially when they wake. So he does
Wonderful.
he does pour you a a glass or a cup if you have some. So what do you think about everything? Prisoner, our troop. How's things going for you? Did you have a good night last night? He kind of half smirks, smiles as best he can, even though you can tell it probably weighs on him.
Night was all right, considering I've seen and done much in my time. Limited, what may be in my young age. As a group, I think in battle, though we fight adequately, there's still room for growth. Perhaps if we could all see eye to eye outside bloodshed.
You can hear the sounds of chains dragging closer to your side of the cage. Though you can't see her as the entire thing is covered with the tent and canvas. Yes, I would like a long break after this one.
Well earned indeed. As for the prisoner, nothing she states is to be trusted.
I don't think I'd trust her as far as I can throw her, but that might be a few feet.
Be careful, she seems the type to enjoy that kind of thing.
From what I heard back there, Belkin has his eyes on her. He takes another long sip of the coffee.
I fear she may swallow him whole.
All of us, if we're not careful. That thing she summoned. Do you know anything about it? Or if it was her at all?
What kind of check? I roll for that.
Arcana.
Natural 20 for a 27.
Out
time.
Yes. You do know there are a number of spells that summon creatures to battle for you. Especially after the creature died, its body wasn't there. It kind of dissolved and probably went back to the plane it came from. So it definitely was summoned. It definitely was summoned, but you're not sure if she summoned it or not. But something that was interesting about it was an imp, but it looked altered in some way, as it was like this darker, more augmented creature than what you would recognize a summoned imp to be. And in order to summon the creature, you'd have to have a vial of blood from someone who had died. Or at least blood from someone who had died recently.
Or something that had died?
It normally has to be a humanoid creature.
Okay.
But maybe
so she
something...
wouldn't...
You're not sure
she
if...
wouldn't have... Well, it could have been the rat.
You don't think that would have enough substance to be able to summon a creature like that?
And
in your arcane training,
certain that she didn't have.
So either she if she did it, she had a way to eschew that part of the components,
Right.
or she had those components somewhere.
Well, it definitely was an extraplanar imp of some sort. Oh, I cannot say for certain if it was her that summoned it. If it were, why would she wait so long? Where might she have procured? Been storing ingredients required to summon such a creature.
He looks off to the others that are sleeping one by one. Indeed, he says as he looks back to you.
I suspect there is more to that situation than we currently understand. And it may not be the last.
Let's hope it was. He takes another long sip of his coffee as he watches you. It looks like he's trying to read you. Are you trying to hide anything, Kaz, as you're talking, or deceive him in any way? I don't think so.
Not currently, no. Pretty open and casual at the moment.
Excuse me.
Just to read anything, it's probably general concern.
Okay.
Regarding the prisoner, and likely an openness he's not accustomed to.
Okay. He nods. Just have to be vigilant. Thank you.
Of course. Just doing my job. Keeping eyes out for anything, including the birds. I'll chuckle under my breath.
He smiles. And he keeps the coffee warm for the rest of the time as the others rest. He does make himself a bit of breakfast from some wheat bread that he's had in the caravan. He pulls out of another pouch and a bit of dried meat. Begins to eat it for himself. And the rest of the time goes uneventfully, unless you wish to do anything else.
That's it for me.
All right. And one by one, each of you awake as the sun rises over the eastern horizon, slowly breaking through the clouds, shining down into the small grove of trees that you're in. And Zan begins to pack up, not putting anything in the front of the caravan until Alokian awakes, but he does do a once around the camp, checking out the area, what the night had brought to the group. But other than that, he'll finally knock on his door, Alokian.
I will get up. Yes, sorry.
Sleep well.
Again. Mostly. Except for the birds.
And no more issues of birds. He says,
It's good to hear.
There's coffee near the fire if you want some.
Perfect. Great. I will get out of your way.
He has a bundle under his arm waiting to put it away inside the small cabin in front of the caravan.
I'll just kind of drag my bedroll out and do it.
Okay.
Pack it up outside of his area.
All right. If you don't mind waking the others, especially Belkin, we know he likes to sleep in.
Absolutely. So I'll go over and peer into Belkin's tent, see what he's doing.
I see him peering into Belkin's tent. I'll just call out, "He wakes faster if you throw a coin in his face."
I'll try my luck with words first.
Suit yourself.
Me and Alokian are poor. I don't know about you guys. We have no gold. I'm feeling that's how it's going to be. We have these two sneaky guys who, when they find gold, or keep it for themselves. But I don't know about a Lokian. But every time Corvin finds gold, he's gonna separate into equal piles and give it to every single person.
Alokian is still holding a bit of a grudge for Belkin already stealing his 4 gold from earlier.
I have no idea what you're talking
Oh man.
So yeah, I peer into Belkin's tent, see if he's still asleep.
He is.
about.
He still seems pretty sweaty as he had a. Looks like he had a long night.
Go over and I'll just kind of. I imagine going into a halfling's tent as a 7.5-foot furbolg is. I'm doing a lot of crouching,
Yeah.
so I'll just kind of loom over him crouching and shake him awake. Cheetah.
I never got caught before in my life.
It's time to rise, friend.
Is there more birds? Is it the birds again?
Can't say for sure, but it is time for us to leave.
Oh, good. Fantastic.
You want me to help with your tent?
Yeah. Sure, buddy. I appreciate it.
Great. Sure. And I'll just stand straight up.
And it's just kind of like draping over your head.
And I won't be too mean. I'll start folding it after
Okay.
I take it off of myself.
All right. Yeah, you pull all the stakes right out the ground as it's still damp. And he folds it up for you, Belkin.
Of course, he's a neck.
Zan continues to gather his things, and he does call out. If anybody wants some coffee near the fire.
At
Oh,
that point, at that point, Corvin's tent kind of like as much as you can slam a tent open, and he like crawls out, and he before he even gets his armor on, goes over and gets a cup of coffee.
Yeah. One of the few things he's probably brought over from his part of the world that you do enjoy. But yeah, the group of you gather your things, get some coffee. Belkin, you feel exhausted. You feel very tired, not to the point of fatigue, but you did not sleep very good at all. And everyone can kind of see his eyes are kind of sunken in. He's had a long night. Do you pull your tent off the back of the caravan, Lucian? You're muted.
I'll leave it for now.
Okay. Zan gets the horses back onto the caravan. Takes him a little bit of time. Does anybody help him with anything in particular?
I'll help him with the horses. I kind of want to try speaking to them with this speech of beast
Okay.
and plant. Hopefully I can soothe them a bit, get them ready, kind of talk to them like, good morning, it's time to work.
All right. As they're eating their morning serving of oats, crunching, they look at you and cock their head slightly as you speak to them. And one of them stomps their hoof into the ground, almost as if it's trying to communicate back. Go ahead and roll an insight.
21.
You get the sense that this one's not happy about hearing about having to work, especially as they've been worked tremendously lately.
I know. Work is hard right now, especially after all this time, but the journey is almost over, then you can rest your hooves.
It huffs and snorts a little bit.
Does this sound like Lokian is just normal talking, Or is he like talking like a horse?
How does a Lokian speak to the horses?
I believe it's just normal.
I
just
believe
that
so
they're
too.
able
They
to.
understand
But
you.
if he
able to
wanted to
understand.
flavor it as he's making horse noises, that's great too.
Maybe like every once in a while there's like a little or something.
Okay. So
But-
some mannerisms of the animal as well.
Like-
yeah.
Occasionally, you like brush your foot on the ground and like kick up dirt. Corvin would like slowly turn with like concerned eyebrows as he's drinking his coffee and then shake his head and just go back, focusing on what he was doing.
So go ahead and make an animal handling check as or even persuasion, whatever one you want. And you're actually speaking to these creatures.
Animal handling's better. Oh, natural 1 for a 5.
All right.
Yes.
The one that stomped its foot snorts and stomps again, and it like nudges you away. And Zan comes over. Hey there, buddy. And he pats it on the back, and he snorts again and shakes a bit of rain off his mane and body. Oh man, he looks like he's grumpy today. Yes, he's trying to pull him over to the cart, to the caravan, and the horse is definitely reluctant, but finally, after some time, Zan's able to bring him over. The horse kind of eyes back toward you with a side eye and stomps his foot before he allows Zan to pull him away.
Believe I made him angry.
Yeah, especially the rain. And we've been pushing them pretty hard, but unfortunately they have a long day ahead of them.
I informed them.
As everyone is moving around the camp, your feet are sliding in mud, sinking a bit, and this is just in this area, so no telling what the road looks like. Anyone else want to do anything before Zan breaks camp and begins to move on? All right. So Zan gets onto the caravan, and the group of you get into your normal positions, I'm assuming, around the caravan as he begins to lead the horses out of this grove of trees and back towards the main road, the way of the Manicore. It takes a bit, the horses, to move through the trees and around some of the area here, as it is quite muddy from the rain all night, but by this time the sun is finally breaking a lot of the cloud cover up, and the rays of the sun shining down upon all of you. As Zan does approach the main road, let's see here. Passive perceptions for everyone.
14.
Okay.
14.
11.
All right.
You're muted.
You're muted, Mike.
Uh, 11.
11. Okay, so for Kaz and Alokian, you notice it before anyone else as the caravan pulls on to, or pulling towards, the way of the Manicore. The way of the Manicore is the road is mounded up slightly and raised in case of flooding or anything like that, in most of the areas that you travel on. But to the right, or to the east, you can see off in the distance, a good ways away, Darloon, kind of on the horizon, surrounded by the slightly hilled terrain that surrounds it and some of the farmlands. But somewhere between there and where you currently are, probably a few hundred feet actually, is a humanoid figure walking in the western direction. You do see two quadruped creatures. From this distance, you can't make out any details on either the humanoid or the creatures that are flanking this man or this person. Just walking in your direction. And Zan pulls up onto the road, and he does stop and notice it as well, but continues on unless anyone stops him. Okay.
We'll just be mindful.
Yep.
Keep an eye on it.
As you do keep an eye on that direction as Zan pulls onto the road, you can see the individual's pace quicken a bit as he goes from a gentle walk to a bit of a jog, and the quadruped creatures are following suit.
Towards us, right?
Towards you, yes. Heading west. You guys begin to head west, and he's also heading west. Or they are. Tamaway, do you want her to lead as usual, or is there anything particular you want to do at this point?
I'm okay today with just having Amoy hang out wherever she sees fit.
All right.
There seems to be someone.
She perches on top of the caravan to keep an eye out for now. There's a bit of reluctance to want to fly currently, as her head's kind of looking back and forth, especially in the morning time. She's kind of groggy, wants to rest a bit herself.
So if I'm getting this right, we started heading west, and then this person would be behind us?
Behind you, and it seems, especially you and Kaz, notice that they quicken their pace as they notice your caravan begin to move down the road west.
Zan, if we could possibly stop for a moment, someone seems to be trying to get closer to us from behind.
He looks and eyes watches in that direction as well, eyeing that person that's approaching, and he does nod. All right. Just be on your toes.
Everyone,
and he pulls it
keep
over
it
to the
fit.
side and stops. The road is pretty muddy. A lot of the road is does have large rocks and stone that covers it, but with the amount of rain, it still makes it squishy and soft. So a lot of the mud that rises up beneath that stone and rock comes to surface. So it's pretty slippery and difficult, especially for the horses to pull the large caravan with all its weight. But they started making pace before Zan stops it. The individual does continue to approach the group of you. You guys just wait there for them.
Yeah, I'll stand at the back of the caravan.
All right.
Just kind of
With Belkin
No-
and Kaz.
yeah. I'll be there to greet whoever.
Zan
approaches.
perches on top of the caravan as well, keeping an eye out up there. Corvin, do you stay on the front or do you go to the rear?
Corbin probably go like kind of right in the middle and kind of lean up against
Okay.
just the side of the
Alright.
caravan.
As this individual does approach, Kaz and Alokian, you begin to make out features on the quadrupeds and the man. You see a somewhat torn up, slightly well worn and weathered leather tunic that has a rope belt at his waist. A small pouch is there, as well as a sheathed rapier at his side, a pack over one shoulder, a wide-brim straw hat, some sort of sackcloth that's covering his face with eye holes cut out, and on either side, some weird filter protruding from the inside of the sackcloth that also looks like it's been cut out for this apparatus. You do see a bandolier that's made out of some sort of stringy leather that has a number of small vials all down the front of it, different colors. He's wearing no shoes, barefoot, and his pants kind of go just beyond his knees, kind of scraggly as well, as this individual just at a decent pace jogging in your direction. And flanking him are two fairly large dogs that have long fur that's matted with a lot of mud as they're running in your direction. One of them is kind of like a creamish color, the other's just a darker brown.
Nudge Alokian. I do like dogs.
I'm indifferent about beasts.
Is he being chased?
No, the dogs seem to be like on either side of him, moving along with him.
So, I'd say I'd let him just keep coming until about 30 feet out,
Okay.
and I'll put my hand up as a stopping motion.
One hand, his right arm is holding that satchel that's on his back, and he does approach and slow, and you see him look down to both of the dogs, and they both stop next to him as he does stop, as he waves. You can hear a muffled voice come from within the mask in strange apparatus that's beneath this sackcloth. Hello.
Greetings, friend.
I
Might I ask why you... Go ahead.
see you're about to leave, and I'm just catching up.
Yes, that's why we stopped. May I ask why you're trying to catch up with us?
Well, let's just say a mutual friend had good words about you and told us about what happened to you last night.
A mutual friend.
The Waywards wish to reward you for protecting our little friend Job.
Ah, yes, Job. I hope he found a safe way home.
I have a bit of information, and as he pulls the satchel off his shoulder and raises it up into the air, and something else for the road.
You may approach.
He looks down to the dogs and says, "Stay," and they don't move as he moves forward.
If you don't mind, bring the dogs.
Okay. He
Right.
whistles beneath the sackcloth, and they flank him once again as he does approach.
Make my
May,
way toward one of the dogs.
That's
Okay.
that's for you, Kaz.
Thank you.
He does. As you are approaching the dogs, you get immediately, almost as if the dogs go in defensive. Teeth begin to, white pearly teeth begin to show. But then he says, "Friend," and then the dogs immediately start wagging their tails, get excited as you're approaching, and they do
Who's a
approach.
good doggo?
And
Who
the,
likes stretches?
the dogs actually, both of them, immediately move over to you, allow you to pet them, and they begin to lick you. They smell heavily of dog not being washed.
Don't even care.
Yep, they begin to lick you. The man nods to each of you. I just want to say thank you for what you did for Job last night. He said there was a bit of trouble with the scaly ones. Unfortunately, he holds out being you've been speaking, Alokian. He holds out the satchel toward you. Unfortunately, you may need this.
I'll reach out
As you
Take it.
take it, you hear the clanging of glass upon glass inside, um, and on the inside of the satchel, you see 3 vials, large vials within.
What might these be?
Potions of healing.
Ah, very nice.
Job said you got a bit hurt, and he's looking at each of you through the holes in the sackcloth. His eyes are just brown in color, nothing weird. You can make a perception check to see if you can tell what sort of, or even nature, what sort of humanoid he is.
What did I get? A 19?
All right.
6.
13.
What was that, Kaz?
13.
13. Kaz, he's probably a 10. Okay. You're not quite sure. Kaz, maybe human, maybe a half elf. Alokian, you can tell definitely he is definitely a human. There's no the size of his hands, especially because he has bare feet. You can tell by the size of his feet as well. He's definitely human. The hair that's on his legs. The Waywards thank you for taking care of one of our own, but unfortunately, it seems you've poked the dragon's den.
So we've heard. I appreciate the kind gesture, and we will definitely take these and use them when needed.
He nods.
I hope that you continue to take care of Job. He seems like a smart boy.
Are you a Lokian?
I am.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Mean words and all. The guy kind of chuckles underneath the respirator. He does look over to the dogs and Kaz. He seems to be looking for he's just looking each of you over one by one. It appears the cult of the dragon, well, from what we've gathered so far, are out for blood. Apparently, 1 or 2 of you disrespected one of their nobles they have in their pocket. And as you know, dragons, they're prideful creatures, as are these people. So I would watch your backs as the cult goes far and wide.
Duly noted. We appreciate the information.
Can I do an insight check?
Sure.
Make sure this guy is actually who he says he is.
Yep.
Definitely in Corvin's nature. But never good at reading people. That's gonna be a 9.
He's hard to read, especially with his face covered. His mannerisms are just kind of nonchalant. He doesn't seem like he's giving any information off about his emotions as well.
Definitely is not the first enemy we've made. Won't be the last.
Well, Job definitely thanks you and hopes to see you again, especially you, Alokian.
As do I.
Is there anything else the Waywards can do to help you?
I'd look over to Zan and what is the city that we're dropping off the prisoner?
It's Wayloon.
Do you have any contacts in Wayloon that might be able to aid us or have information once we get there? A person of contact we might inquire.
No, we only work out of Daraloon in some of the other eastern cities of Symbia. We don't go to Cormyr.
Right. Well, then I believe you have helped as much as you could, and I appreciate that.
But we do know the Cult of the Dragon would probably go that far. They're far and wide.
We'll keep an eye out. You keep Job safe. And if there are other children like him, please take care of them as well.
All us children that are waywards will be taken care of. We wish we
Just
could do
kinda nod.
more, but unfortunately we can't.
You are incredibly kind, and I hope.
You
Fall
get
backwards as the
pushed
dog.
over into the mud as the dogs are. Oh, it's...
Before you go, just all right, and I'll get back up. There is one thing. You could discard an item for me. I would be appreciative.
What item?
I'll reach into the bag of holding and I'll pull out the multi-headed dragon.
Okay. So everyone sees Zan pull out another one of these relics of the Cult of the Dragon. This one much more ornate than the last.
Didn't we get rid of that?
This was another taken spoils of the night's adventure.
And you kept it all night long?
Well, it wasn't exactly upon this plane.
The man says,
If our friend here is able to dispose of it for us.
we can, but you need to give it to me quickly, and I need to go.
Understood, and I'll toss it to him.
All right. He takes it and he whistles. The dogs immediately come to his side. He looks down at it. You need to go as well. And he turns and begins to run off.
Right?
And you see him run back towards the heirloom.
We must away quickly.
Zan gets back into the front of the caravan and moves the caravan along.
With any luck, that should keep them off our trail for a moment.
Just hope you didn't put that man in danger.
Zan says, so there were two of those things?
Suspect there are many, but yes, there was another I found within this pouch.
In that
obtained.
pouch you got in the inn.
That is correct. There was a man there who I felt did not quite understand its purpose. So I liberated it.
Anything else in there?
You coin. That is now on its way back from whence it came.
All right. Guess we need to be careful. Let's not make any more friends along the way if we don't have to. And
I'll smile, nod, and I'll look over at Corvin and
Yeah, he'll nod back. Kind of a questioning look, or a doubtful look in you, just
right,
knowing that
that's fine.
it was another enemy that we made mad. Not necessarily not like he's not trying to come across as like this angry parent, but less like a just be careful, please. Like kind of look, and he will continue.
all right.
Before we fully depart, I'll hand first Corvin, then Kaz, each one of the potions.
Okay.
And then I'll go to Belkin and I'll place a hand on his shoulder. And for you, friend, take this.
Oh, thanks, buddy.
You have been
But
blessed today.
when did you poke the dragon den? I heard you gotta pay extra for that.
Belkin, never change. And I will give Belkin Vigilant Blessing today.
Okay.
So he has advantage on his next initiative.
All right. Make sure you write down the potions on your character sheets. Who has what?
Are they?
Yes,
I assume regular. Just
Yes, they're the basic. Yeah.
You each have one.
Okay, basic. Okay, all right. Potion of healing.
And then Zan continues on the caravan. The trotting of hooves pushing through the wet, sloppy mud you can hear from all around the caravan. The wheels kind of clunking from time to time as it moves over a larger rock that kind of has been washed away from the earth. The day is bright as a lot of the clouds have been dissipating through the morning. To the northwest of you, you can see the hills meeting up to the large mountain range. Now that you're finally heading directly west along the way of the Manticore. Eventually, Darloon behind you disappears from sight from the horizon, and the terrain around you continues to stay somewhat hilly, but more trees, more outcroppings of trees, different groves of trees, gets denser and denser as each passing hour goes by. So, throughout the day, probably a few hours within the travel west along the way of the Manticore, you hear from the back of the caravan as Livshana calls out, "Corvin! May I have my walk now?"
Oh yes, yeah. Everyone, I'll kind of move over to everyone else. Actually, I'll kind of call everyone up to the front.
Okay.
Especially kind of a Lokian. I was going to talk to him privately, but I forgot.
I mean, you can if you want.
No,
Okay.
I'll just. This is fine. So she mentioned last night about wanting to get out and stretch her legs, and I'll probably say this quieter, not necessarily that she can hear.
Okay.
Super well. She may be able to hear me, but I'm not going to make it easy for her. I said I would discuss it with the group. I don't know. I assume this is something Lokian you may want to do. You seem like the type who would want to give her a walk.
Nope.
Okay. No. Anybody else?
I can
Against
go
it?
with Alokian.
Okay.
Should not trust her.
She's
So,
proven
well-
herself a danger.
Well, of course not. I mean, but okay. Well,
But
that's
would-
fine with me.
Would hate to have to kill her before we reach Wayward.
That's
Did
true.
Did you tell her that you would let her
No.
have a walk?
No, I said I would discuss it with the group.
Well then, let's go back there and discuss with her.
So I will head back there.
Okay.
Well, sorry, Livshana. I was outvoted. No walk today.
She nods.
Come,
Don't worry.
come
You'll
here.
get a walk very soon, I'm sure.
Let's
in the
let's
prison.
hear Let's hear her out. She wants to take a walk, right? That's what she said to you.
Yeah.
Come here. Let me ungag you.
She moves forward.
I'll ungag her.
Okay.
What do you want to take a walk for?
Stretch my legs and my back as this cage is cramped. I had a bit of information to trade.
Information.
Yes.
Did she tell you this, Corvin?
She mentioned it. And I will actually at that point say kind of what to a Lokian. I don't know if anyone else is close or not, but
Right.
he'd basically say who she serves, what her goal is, or what the Dark Lady's goal is, which is to free the Dark Sun, and then what her goal is to find these keys to free the Dark Sun. Would tell Loki in that. I don't know if anyone else is close enough to be listening at this point.
May I roll a religion check to see if I'm familiar with this?
Sure, go ahead.
11.
You're not sure about Cyric being imprisoned or anything. You've heard of the Dark Sun and Cyric before. You also have heard of the Dark Lady as well as her real name, Shar. It's pretty well known that Cyric did murder Mystra, the goddess of magic, which caused the spell plague, which caused a lot of suffering throughout Faerun and Toril, for that matter. Even other planes.
And then after that, she did mention something about secrets and said, I asked her if she had anything on her mind, and she said she would, if she got a walk, she would let me know.
Oh, gotcha.
I'm-
Well, you know what I like about dark ladies and dark suns?
What?
Is that I am very comfortable in the darkness.
That you are? That he is. Kind of looking at her.
Well, if you can agree to remain chained, and suppose it couldn't hurt to let you trail the caravan for a few paces. Of course, we'll be right beside you.
I do have a plan for that, if we would like. I'm thinking of shackling her to me, actually.
I have no qualms with this plan. Kaz?
I would suggest you bind her hands.
Well, of course.
Leave her remain gagged, so that she may not presume to cast any sort of verbal or somatic component.
Zan does speak up from the front of the caravan. So what the hell are we talking about doing right now?
I assumed he was in that conversation. It's like, that's
Okay.
why we went to the front.
Okay,
Was
that's
he
fine.
At least heard the first part. I don't know about the last.
So you want to take her out the cage?
If only for a moment, sure.
And
Put
what
yourself in,
what are we getting out of this?
well, apparently secrets.
That's what she says. I don't know if I would believe her, but
I don't know if I believe anything she says, but as we talked about last night, Kaz.
I
Well,
am still of the mind that she should not be let out, but
I'll leave it to you,
I
Corbin.
too.
I mean, I'm not necessarily dead set on this happening either. I
Do you
just
think
thought I'd bring it.
Do you think
for
we
the
can
group.
really glean something from whatever she has to say?
I will go to kind of a whisper. Like now, I'm definitely trying to get her so she can't hear.
Okay.
I think she's escaped this prison once. If she does it again, she's gonna go somewhere. If we maybe already know that information of where she might go, perhaps we can find her again. That's about the only reason I can think of getting any information from her.
And if she escapes, we make more money.
This is true. Yep. So that's kind of where my head was at.
I made this
Maybe.
for the pure entertainment value. Whatever she has to say surely will get a rise.
This is probably accurate. That was my main thought. Like the only reason I could come up with to let her out, if just information for the future. Because I mean, I don't want to say Wayloon is gonna let her go, but she's escaped once. I imagine she can do it again.
Yes, well, Zan, if you could for a moment just put yourself in her shoes. She's been cramped in that cage for quite some time. Sure, you would want to stretch your legs as well.
Yeah. Personally, I wouldn't. I don't even know if I want to take the chance, but like Corvin said, though, all of you said, really, if we can get some information, if she does get away again, and that bounty crosses our laps, easy payday.
Sounds like a win all around.
Perhaps a vote between the 5 of us.
I'm good with that.
I'm all right with the democracy.
I
So
vote
those in
if
favor.
if
Sorry,
we
go
can
ahead,
get
sorry.
information, then sure. Just don't let her do anything
Of course.
but walk.
Then I'd say it's probably with Zan on that. I'd say it's 3-2 at least.
Very well.
Unless anyone else has any any concerns.
Only that what she may say may be untrue. We should be prepared for such.
That's true.
Oh, I'm betting on it.
Palokian is to get a laugh or two and are not harmed in the process. I suppose I see no qualms.
Right.
All right.
It's settled then.
Prepare for anything.
I'll go.
And he pulls the caravan aside so you can deal with the prisoner.
How many pairs of shackles do we have?
They have the one that's currently on her and 3 other pairs, but those are just normal shackles. They have extra
Okay.
chain and rope as well.
Okay. All right. Lokian, I'm thinking keep the one behind her back. Perhaps if we have a longer set on our feet, I think that'd be good. And then I'm thinking about attaching one to the ones on her back and attaching the other side to myself. Or do you think it'd be better to attach it to the bars of the caravan?
Might be difficult for her to walk that way. Perhaps attaching a chain to her shackles and attaching the chain to the cart.
Okay.
And
All
we'll
right.
just follow closely.
Okay. Well, Belkin, everyone come back behind. I will pull her out if you all will keep covered. I will go to her, and I assume there's a door, right?
Yeah, there's
Into
a swing, a door that opens in the back of the caravan. She's already sitting with her back to that door.
There we go. She's
Waiting.
doing exactly what I was gonna tell her to do. All right, and I will, as soon as everyone's kind of around me, I will unlock the gate and grab the chains as soon as I open it.
Okay. Yep. You
And-
grab her chains, and she complies with everything that you do. As you pull her out, she pushes her way out, doesn't fight or anything like that.
I will shackle her legs and then shackle her to one of the sidebars so she can like
As you
walk
do,
alongside.
she does like pop her back and shoulders a bit and stretch up, as she's been stuck in the back, hunched over for a good while. But you shackle her her ankles, and you're shackling her also to the caravan or to yourself?
To the caravan, right, Joey?
Okay, to like
And
the
yeah, to
bars
the
of the caravan. The bars of the
Yeah.
caravan. Okay.
Mhm.
Yep.
And then I will walk behind her with
How
my
much
great
room?
sword.
How much room of chain do you allow for her behind the caravan?
Five
Probably not.
feet, probably.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
kind of what I was thinking.
Enough for
I
just
think.
to walk, and that's fine.
Yep. I will walk behind her with my great sword drawn.
All right, that's fine. And after a few moments, Zan, are we ready?
Yes.
Seems like it.
All right. You get-
Belkin,
Yes,
do me a favor.
I'll try.
Hop up on the back of that cart and keep your eyes directly on her.
Okay.
There. Now we are ready.
I will
Well, we will join him.
heart and pull out my bow and hold the action, attack action if she does anything.
Try to shoot her if she does anything weird.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tomoe sits perches up next to you on the edge, on the bars, Belkin, watching the prisoner as well.
Okay.
As you're looking down, watching her with your bow drawn, arrow notched, ready, you can see, Belkin, that her eyes are drawn toward you once again. She looks deep into your eyes, and you get that familiar sense of the person that you met in your dream. Those same eyes, but looking at you, haunting you. And she watches you. Everyone that's currently very intent on watching her as well can see that she's just staring at Belkin. Well, not much unlike the last time. And then the caravan lurches forward. The chains pull her, and she shakes her head for a moment, and then wipes her face on her shoulder as she's pulled along with the caravan. Her bare feet just kind of sink into the mud, falling behind. And she does go once again stare at Belkin as they're moving.
And she is gagged as well.
Yeah, she's gagged. She can't speak. Her manacles around her wrists are behind her. She doesn't do anything but walk behind the caravan. How long do you allow her to walk? Lunch comes as the sun is high above you all.
That would probably be a good time to put her back in, I would think.
Okay.
Assuming we stop, I guess, if we at all.
Do you ask Zan what the plan is?
I'll just kind of say to the whole group, how long do you think we should let her walk, everyone?
As long as she behaves herself until we make camp.
5 minutes.
I'm good with that, Zan says from the front of the caravan. Just make sure she tells you something later on when you put her back in that cage.
Well, we will. Okay. Well, we will continue then.
Yep. The caravan continues on for another about 3 hours. I need someone to roll me d20. Someone needs
I'll
to
do
roll
it.
it.
Alright.
I get. Oh, it's a 3.
Let me see what we got here.
That might be a good thing, you know.
Yep, you don't know. Might be.
We all ascend to godhood. Yes. Good job.
Anything
Wait.
is possible. Three. Okay. The trees are getting taller, and the road is starting. Much of the road is cleared out, probably about 10 or 15 feet on either side of the road, and the road itself is probably about, from time to time, anywhere from 15 to 20 feet wide. Enough for large caravans to go in and out between Symbia and Cormyr. But the forest is starting to thicken slightly, and is everyone still in the back with her, or is anyone in the front with
We've
Zan?
moved to the front.
Okay, Kaz
Yeah.
is in the front,
Yeah.
and Belkin, you're watching her, right? On the
Mhm.
back of the caravan. Corvin, you're staying back there, and Alokin, you're staying back there as well. Okay.
Yeah, I think me and Corvin were on either side of her.
And Kaz, so I'm assuming you're looking out. I need you to go ahead and make me a perception check.
Andrew?
Oh, sorry.
You're fine.
I thought it rolled, and I'm just waiting for it to roll. There we go. That is a 14.
So the caravan continues to move forward. The group of your companions are watching Livshana as she's taking her walkabout behind the caravan, stretching her legs. Up ahead, you see a large form kind of moving in and out of the trees beside the road. It's humanoid in shape, probably 7 to 8 foot tall, kind of hunched over. Has a thick hide kind of draped across its stomach, tied together, maybe possibly multiple hides that's draped down to its past its knees, and has a pretty decent sized branch that seems to be stripped of any of its twigs in its hands as it's kind of milling about the edge of the forest there near the road. And
How
you
how
can
far away is he?
it's probably about 60 or so feet up ahead into the woods. It doesn't seem to notice you currently as it's kind of shuffling about, kicking the ground, and you can hear the sounds of coming from that direction. Its skin is somewhat grayish. You can roll a knowledge nature. Zan doesn't seem to notice it at all as he's driving the caravan forward.
Yes.
23.
All right. This looks like an ogre, except it doesn't look as big as a normal ogre. So with a 23, it definitely looks like a youth.
Ah, okay. Won't say anything just yet.
Okay.
Just keep our pace for like another 30 feet or so.
Alright.
And then I'll signal back to Zan. There is child ogre in the forest off to the side.
And it's from the road. It's probably about 20 feet, and it's kind of in
Yeah.
just the edge of the forest and the trees and the brush, milling about. Zan does look up. His eyes widen as he's looking around. Let's see.
Do not believe it to be a danger.
Yeah, he definitely notices it this time as he slows the cart to a trot, and he looks back to the others. Something up ahead. Kaz says ogre. And everyone else, as you're now probably about 40 feet from the creature, you notice the large creature kind of milling about in the forest there. It does, you do hear that same noise as now that you're closer. And it does stop. That noise stops quickly. And you see its head turn. So the group of you, its hair kind of wiry but short. Its ears looks too big for his head, and so does its eyes. Its mouth kind of just open ajar slightly as it holds up his large branch as he's watching you, but then it crouches down as the cart begins to slow past.
Should we put her back in her cage?
Everyone, continue on as you are. Move forward slowly. I have an idea. I'm going to cast comprehend languages.
Okay. Now that's for written languages, I believe.
That's
Right.
it.
I believe it's tongues.
Understand the literal meaning of any spoken language that you
Okay.
hear.
Awesome. Then yes.
Also understand any written language you see.
Gotcha.
So, I'll at least understand him.
Mhm.
I do not know if he'll understand me. I'm going to slowly make my way toward the ogre with my hands up.
Okay. He crouches lower and seems to have the large branch at the ready. You can see now the tip of it seems to be sharpened as some sort of long spear.
I'll stop maybe 15, 20 feet out.
Do you want
Just
Zan to
outside of range?
continue with the caravan?
Slowly, yeah.
Okay. The caravan does creep past.
Alokian will stop,
Okay.
letting the caravan go, but I will stop behind Kaz.
All right.
I
See,
do not know
the large-
if you can understand me. Sorry, go ahead.
You see this large creature shake slightly.
It is all right. I do not know if you can understand me. But I can understand you.
His eyes wide as he watches you.
What is the matter?
Lost. No see bada. And he speaks in giant.
Oh, Alokian understands this.
Okay. So what, with my comprehend languages up,
Yep, you understand what he says.
what does it literally mean as opposed to like exactly?
He says, lost. He doesn't see his father.
I understand. I
No.
wish to help you.
No closer. Help.
It's all right.
Human, no help.
I'll snap my fingers and have Tomoe appear.
Okay. Oh. He backs away and kind of motions with his spear. Human, no help.
She. I. No help. She. Help. And I'll pull Tomoe out and she'll just flap in front.
Okay.
My friend, here. I'll help you find your father.
Bird snack.
It's a good one, I'm afraid. To help bring you home.
Roll a persuasion check.
$18.
You know home? Father?
You need only describe. Tomoe.
He looks down as
She
if
will
he's
help you
trying to,
find.
as if he's trying to comprehend on how to describe. Home move. Father big.
Tomoe. You check. It's a 200-300 feet. I'll ask, how long?
He looks to the sun, where it is currently, and then points more towards the east, probably 3/4 of the way, 45-degree angle about. Sun there. Now here. Roll a survival check to see about how long that has been. Or Loki, and you could do that as well as you're sitting there listening in.
Good, because I rolled a natural 1.
22.
Lokian,
um,
you understand.
Yes, I speak his native tongue.
Ah, beautiful.
you can tell it's probably been where he's pointing, probably about 4 hours or so.
4 hours ago seems to be when he lost his father.
Understand. It is likely then that Tomoe could assist in the location and find him before the day is out.
I'll turn to the ogre and say, in giant, we will help you find your father.
Okay.
You can trust me.
Roll a persuasion check.
20.
Nice.
I was going to say you could do it at advantage as well because of Kaz so far. But
Do you?
no, you don't.
need it?
You don't need it. He sits up from his kneeling position, his defensive position, and stands probably about 7'8", very muscular and wide as he steps out of the tree line, looks over to the caravan as it's continuing on. Friends.
Yes.
Yes.
Corvin
he's-
Sorry,
Go ahead. He stays in a slightly defensive position as if he's ready to defend himself if needed, but does step out towards Kaz and Alokian. What does Corvin do?
He probably would have stopped the caravan like
Okay.
30 feet away,
All right,
basically.
that's
'cause
fine.
He doesn't want to be too far away just in case the creature does attack.
Liv Shauna is looking behind now that it's stopped at what's going on.
First, Alokian would shout over to Corbin. He's missing his father. We are going to help him. Put the prisoner back in her cage.
I don't know. Alokian probably wouldn't notice, but Liv Shauna probably would. And you see a big old eye roll, deep eye roll on Corbin's face.
From behind her gag, you can see a big old grin.
I kind of look to her and I'll grab her and
She just begins to
unshackle her.
Yep, and then she begins to climb in.
Yeah. So I will take everything off. I'm going to take her shackles, and instead of behind her, I'm going to put them in front of her for now.
Okay. So you're going to unshackle her and then move them to the front.
To the front.
Okay.
And I'm going to say, this can be taken away just as quickly as it can be given. And then I will lock her in.
Okay. She seems somewhat pleased as you put her inside.
I ask the ogre, are you hurt?
He shakes his
In
head.
giant. Are you hungry?
He doesn't answer. He just looks back and forth as if he's trying to figure out if he wants to say anything.
I'm going to reach into the bag of holding and pull out 5 days worth of rations.
Okay, you see his eyebrows go up a bit.
And with one hand up, the food forward, we'll place it like inch forward, like maybe 5 feet, and then place it down and move back.
He moves forward and with his large ogre-sized hand grabs it and quickly eats it. There's nothing weird about it, was it?
No,
Okay.
not at all.
All right.
Does Tomoe see anything?
All right, so go ahead and make a perception check as Tomoe is flying into the air to see if she sees any sight of this creature's father or home. And she can roll at advantage as well.
Already gets advantage.
Yeah, she gets advantage, yeah.
Aside,
Yep.
So that's a 10.
She doesn't see anything like this creature or homes as you've given her the order to look for.
There is
He's watching the
no
bird.
sign of him yet. She will continue to look the remainder of the day to ensure you find your way home.
For no find.
Not yet. It will.
He looks back towards the tree line and then to the group of you. You lead? Devada.
I'll look over at Alokian. Shall we take our new friend with us?
If you believe we can get him back to his father.
I must believe it.
We will lead you home, friend. I'll say in giant.
Home.
Very well. Let us continue.
All right. And he follows behind you about 20 or so feet as you continue on down the road, unless anyone else wishes to do anything.
Do we have any idea where we're taking this thing?
We're searching for his father.
Tomoe is looking.
You hear a laugh
will-
come from the front of the caravan from Zan.
All right.
A much bigger ogre.
Great.
Should not be
I've-
difficult to spot.
I've always heard how friendly ogres are, so
They
that'll
are
really
very.
probably go over really well.
I am certain things will go much better than you perceive.
We will see.
So far, I've only met one, and he was friendly.
Indeed. Would be surprised how far you can get with communication with any whose noses aren't up in the air.
All right.
Belkin, won't you say hello to our new friend?
Oh,
Belka, do you approach him?
no.
Okay.
By the way, who's keeping an eye on the prisoner right now?
The prisoner is now in the cage again. But you can continue watching her if you wish.
Yeah.
Her shackles are now in front of her instead of behind.
No, I would make sure to like open up all the tarp,
Okay.
so she's not covered, so we can see her very
Okay.
clearly in the cage again.
I'll pack up my tent.
Yeah.
As well.
The large creature looks at the prisoner in the cage. Snack, he says to Kaz in Alokian.
Oh wait, he said
I'll
that.
let you handle this one.
Not a snack now, but perhaps later.
He grins, a toothy grin, and nods.
Not friend.
Not friend. He points to you, Alokian, and then with his... He doesn't drop his spear, but with his other hand, points to Kaz. Friends.
Yep.
Friends.
Correct. Friends.
He points to himself. Bartholomew, Rambo Butt.
Yes. Yes. I want to keep him forever.
Friend. Friend.
Pause.
Kaz.
I'll gesture over at, and I'll say, masochist.
Who are you pointing at, Alokian?
Yeah.
Maskis.
Loki will just kind of eye roll. And nod.
Maskis friends. And points off to the caravan and everyone that's there.
Yes. We're all friends. Let's go find your father. We do have places to be.
Night comes soon.
Yes.
Hopefully we'll find him before then.
Not home by night. He shakes his head.
It is all right. We'll get you home when we can.
And he follows. The rest of the day goes fairly uneventful, beyond finding a young old ogre friend by the name of Bartholomew Bramblebutt. As you're seeking for signs of his father. Anyone that is particularly looking for something like that, go ahead and make a perception check as you're moving along the road.
Oh my god.
I got a 13.
Corvin got a 4.
19.
12 for both me and Tomoe.
Okay. So, Corvin, you're busy just trying to ignore everything that's probably going on around you. You can hear Zan snicker from time to time. Belkin, you're the only one that notices as you're heading down the road. You can tell some of the brush in the trees near the road heading in the westerly direction that you're currently heading. A lot of it, especially higher up, some of the branches are broken, pushed aside, some of the bushes stomped on by some sort of large creature. You can see, especially with your keen eyes, heavy, large, heavy footprints moving in and out of the tree line from time to time. And then you notice it cross the road and go into the opposite side where the trees are there. But it seems to be following the main road where you are.
Well, I see this, but I know I'm not good at tracking, so I'll bring it to Avokian's attention.
Okay.
Avokian, I think I might see signs of some sort of marketing, possibly our tool fodder that we're looking for. You see the knocked over brush and the footprints, the huge footprints that are kind of hard to miss when you look at them.
And those of you
Yes,
that rolled the 14 or the 12 above a 10, now that Belkin's pointing it out, you also notice it.
I see this. I will look over at the young ogre. Does this seem like it would be your father?
He walks over and puts his foot inside of it. His much smaller than the prince. Father!
Very well. We should perhaps send Tom away to follow these tracks for a moment and see if we can't find him.
Indeed, and I'll send her onward.
Right. So if she wants to follow the tracks, it would be a survival check.
Are you kidding me? 3. I'm rolling so bad.
Yeah. She flies over the tree line, but loses the tracks. You said her last... what's her passive perception for her?
Passive would be 11.
11. So she's flying over the tree line next to the road where the footprints go into the tree line, follows it into the tree line, and then goes deeper into the forest a bit, and that's where she loses sight of tracks.
I'll have her fly upward, try to look out around to see if she sees any other, crumpled trees in the general direction.
And the group of you have traveled probably about close to 2 hours now, until you found this. So go ahead and make a perception check then, as she goes higher and tries to see if there's anything out there.
3, 9, 12.
12.
She doesn't see anything else. She loses the tracks and doesn't see anything within the trees. It's getting pretty dense here, so especially once you get further from the road.
Awoken, you have no tracking appearance?
I perhaps could track, but just wanted to see if we could find him with our friend here first.
Hmm.
The only suggestion I would have is to make camp here for the night.
Oh, is it getting dark out? Is the sun going down?
You probably have a couple more hours before it actually gets dark. Or the sun sets in the west as you're heading directly towards the direction the sun is going.
If we had to
Perhaps we make camp and tonight head down the trail, see what we can find.
I believe
In the dark, huh? Oh, and not with your dark vision. So maybe.
I could venture with him by myself while you guys camp and look for his father. As I have the dark vision and I speak his native tongue, I think it would be a somewhat safe journey. Of course, you could always send Tom away with me to alert if anything was to go wrong.
He would be happy to travel at your side.
I believe I can resolve this peacefully, and the less people the better, as to not spook him.
Understood. Thank you. Again.
Just want to help this child.
Belkin, I think you go with him as well. Just in case.
Yeah.
And he can keep
Okay.
silent if you need to.
Yes. Just in case the boy's father is hungry.
Exactly.
Well then, Zan, do you agree with this plan? Is it all right if we take a little bit of a detour?
Do you know how far it goes into the trees there?
Not too sure. Shouldn't take more than we'll be back before dawn.
You want us just to keep going for a little while? Sure, you can catch up.
Sure, if you wish to continue. We can catch up as you're making camp. We'll probably be back.
I'd at least like to try to find a good spot as he's looking around to make camp off the road. The forest here seems pretty dense, and we can find some good cover around here, maybe. Especially being as we have, hopefully not a trail, but who knows.
Yes, go ahead, continue. Me and Belkin will take the young ogre off to try to find the father. We'll catch up. You make camp, and we'll be there shortly after.
Zan nods. You okay with this, Corvin?
I don't love it, but I guess that's what needs to be done.
The birds, ogres, cults of the dragon. It's been an eventful trip so far. All right,
As I have.
we'll find a good spot. The owl's going with them to bring them to
Yes.
us.
Right. She will be able to find her way back to me.
Are we keeping your large friend here or going along with you?
Oh, he's coming to greet his father.
I would have assumed that would be an interesting conversation. We have your child. Come get him.
Yes, I don't want to be mistaken for kidnappers.
All right.
Corvin will go up to Alokian and do like the Viking handshake, like grab the forearm kind of thing. And be like, be careful, please.
Always. You do the same. Keep a mindful eye on that witch.
We will. We will. And he will walk back towards the caravan.
All right. The caravan continues on, and Alokian, as you follow the tracks, if anyone wishes to help Alokian along the way, you can, but Alokian, I need you to make a survival check. As you lead...
Lokian, just one quick thing. Lokian, as you're about to take off, I will hold Tomoe in my hands and walk up to you and say, "It is dangerous to go alone. Take this." And I'll hand him Tomoe.
Awesome.
Sure. And using speech of beast and plant, I will talk to Tomoe. You will be my friend on this trip.
Right here, dude.
I was like, as Belkin's standing there, like, what?
Belkin, you're too hidden for him to even notice. That is my question, though. Are you guys just gonna walk along the trail, or are you gonna hide along the way? What is your plan?
My plan is
I-
to just walk with the ogre. Like,
Okay.
try to get the ogre to be as close as he's comfortable with.
Okay.
I will walk, but I do want to hide when we find the fire, hopefully, or anything for that matter.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and roll that survival check.
You
See
got
if you
this,
can
buddy.
follow the tracks of the ogre.
21.
Easy
Yeah,
enough
dude.
for you to follow the tracks off of the road and into the forest. The forest does have a lot of smaller hedges and bushes here and around the area, and then you get some clearer spots that's covered with some of the pine needles. Depending on what sort of trees are overhead, you pass oak and pine, but a lot of large hanging oak trees, and it's easy enough to follow, especially because you can tell that an ogre has been through this area, and it seems, especially with that roll, that at a rapid pace, almost frantic, as it's crushing through some of the branches, stomping past some bushes, like it's not caring about what it's actually doing as it's moving ahead. You see it stop from time to time and make a small circle of footprints, and then continue on quickly. About 30 minutes passes before you notice it, especially with your passive perception. You can see up ahead, the trees kind of open up into a bald area of grass, and there's a large hulking figure kind of sniffing the air, looking around. It's got gray skin, much like your companion that's following you. A lot of hides that's covering a lot of its body. A shield that looks like it's made out of the side of a building. That it's kind of strapped together with heavy iron. And in its right hand, you see a spear that's similar to Bartholomew's, only much bigger, with a jagged, like, barb on the end of it. And he's kind of grunting and growling as he's looking around. Seems very frustrated. You see the Bartholomew behind you. Bada! 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 He yells out loud, and the large ogre in the center of the clearing turns and roars. Bart! Bart! He says as he rushes your way, and then noticing... Well, go ahead and roll a stealth check, Belkin. As you said you want to hide, so I'm assuming you jump behind a tree or maybe even a Lokian.
I do. If I'm seeing that, yeah. 19.
Okay. The creature charges forward. The Bartholomew moves forward as well, to meet his father, but his father is like glaring daggers at you, Alokian. He doesn't seem to notice Belkin nearby. You took, he says in Giant, and the son says, no pada, friend. Mass
Have my
kiss.
hand-
Mass kiss, friend. He says to his father. A low growl just resonates from his chest. Kaz, danger, danger. You're getting from Tomoe at first, and then it slowly begins to subside, but still that's a sense of fear is coming from her.
Okay.
He takes
Just gonna-
with his shield. He moves his son back behind him, and as he does, roll a perception check, Alokian, and Belkin. You could do the same as you're watching this unfold.
Perception?
14.
22.
Okay. Belkin, you notice that across its hide armor, some of it's torn, like in its stomach and the top of its right thigh. You can also see blood kind of pooling out of wounds, which looks like a number of puncture marks and tearing across the leg. Alokian, you do see some tearing on its armor, but you don't notice the wounds as he's beginning to protect his son. Also, Belkin, behind him, you notice there's what looks like a large reptile that's laid out in the grass, and torn, like its stomach kind of torn open as some of the innards is spilling out of it.
Oh, shit.
Belkin, you rolled so high, you do notice it also has two heads.
The reptile does?
Yes,
Oh, man.
and it's about 15 feet long.
Damn.
He looks to the kid and with his spear sticks it in the ground, looks him over, like grabbing him by the shoulder, turning him, and looks back to you, Alokian. You lead him here.
I'll respond in Giant. Yes, we only wanted to help and return your child to you.
You know trick.
No tricks here.
And
I
you currently don't
have-
look like a human, right? You look like yourself.
Yeah, I look like a furball.
Okay.
I promise no tricks. I will have you know I do have a friend hidden in the woods next to me. Just so you're aware, I don't want you to think I'm trying to trick you.
You see, he gets a little bit angry as you do say that, and he looks. I see no friends.
He's very good at hiding. I promise you that. We will take our leave immediately, and you will never see us again.
He begins to walk toward you. No. Wait. Friend, come out.
And I will just gesture to where I think Belkin is,
Probably right behind you.
and just kind of do
You
a
were right,
forward
stop
motion.
Where are you hiding, Belkin?
Either in tall grass or behind a tree. Either.
Okay.
And I will come out.
Belkin, you do notice there's actually a on his back as he is approaching, especially with your perception check from earlier. On his back, there's a skeletal body that's kind of tied up and hanging on like the backside of his armor, like some sort of trophy. It does have fairly decent plate armor covering its form. It's kind of rusted and pitted. Looks like it needs some work, but he reaches back and takes the body and then tosses it in front of the two of you. Take and go.
Understood. Thank you, friend. And I will just gather it and start just fucking walking away.
He does, as you begin to gather it, he goes over and continues cleaning the large reptile, speaking to his son from time to time, showing him how to actually clean the meat and butcher it there in the center of the clearing. And after a few moments of doing that, the hide is laid out and the meat is laid on it. But by that time, you probably collect the rest of the armor and make your way towards your companions.
Yeah. We're getting the hell out of there. Not sticking around.
All right. You give Tomoe the signal to return, and she begins to lead you towards the caravan. The caravan's gotten a little bit down the road, but not too far after a 30-minute trek. So, back at the caravan. Anyone do anything in particular while your group, well, part of your group, is gone? One of the rare moments in splitting the party that actually probably was a good thing.
Corvin would set up camp kind of normally. And he'd probably like sit down in front of the fire and like sharpen his sword. But anybody with like that would pay attention at all, you would quickly tell that he's rather nervous.
So the caravan, after about an hour, you find a decent spot to rest for the evening. The road, there's a small path that leads off of the road that leads down to what looks like a freshwater pond. Has a number of boulders, and the road actually continues up as the smaller path goes down what looks like a small ravine, and there's a cliff where the road continues on up ahead. So it's probably a good spot to hide the caravan, as well as get some fresh water for the group, and as well as the horses. There is, at this location, a large stone that looks to be squared off somewhat, roughly hewn, and has a number of words all over carved into the stone itself. The freshwater pond has a bunch of lilies that are kind of covering the top, floating. As the evening approaches, you hear the sounds of frogs croaking and crickets chirping nearby. And this is a decent spot that was spotted along the road that wasn't too far ahead. There's outcroppings of trees also that kind of surround this area. Zan says, looks like a decent spot.
Yeah, I think this will work.
Yes, as good as any.
Well, let's break for camp and wait for the others to return. By this time, Kaz, you get the sense of homecoming from Tomoe.
Ovin, they're all right. They're on their way back.
There was a bit of
Sorry.
fear at one moment.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep that to myself.
Okay.
You kind of see relief on his face, and he's like, "Was there really not hiding it at all?" And he kind of laughs.
Well, there did feel as though the situation was touch and go for a moment.
Yes.
If nothing else, our masochist friend is good with words.
That is good. He'll kind of take a deep breath, and he'll sheathe his sword, and he'll take off his armor, and he'll go and jump in the pond.
Awesome. With a
Assuming,
splash, Corvin jumps into the pond.
I don't. What's the weather? Right? Like, is it kind of cool?
It's still kind of cool this evening, but the sun's been beating on you all day, and it's been a hot day because the sun has been drying out the clouds and the moisture in the air. It's been very humid and thick. There's not much wind or anything like that this evening, so the pond is
Kind of a
fairly refreshing, as it seems to be a cool 78 degrees.
I was gonna say, if it's cold, it's fine.
It's not
too, 'cause it'll be
freezing.
like almost like an ice bath in a way too, like for my joints that I'm sure are tired.
Yep.
But
It's still, 78 degrees is still cold, but
Yeah.
not freezing.
so Corvin kind of sit in the water for a while, swim around, kind of maybe do some exercising
Okay.
too.
Even when
you
he's
can read a book.
relaxing, he's still working too hard.
You got to keep in shape somehow.
And I'll notice the stone that had like carvings and stuff on it. Am I able to read it?
Yeah. You go over and you see a number of words in all sorts of languages. Things like Jacob was here, and
Okay.
it's
So-
that it's like a
So
tourist rock.
it's a random bathroom stall scrawling.
You don't see any arcane markings or magic or anything like that. It's just,
All right.
yep, like you said, a bathroom stall wall.
I'm gonna take out a dagger and start to chisel just a really tiny plastic penis into the rock.
Okay. Go ahead and make me a dexterity or strength check, whichever one you wish, as you're carving that into the stone.
Looking 13, looking over my shoulder as I'm doing it to make sure
Okay.
no one can see me doing it.
You make a decent depiction, as best you can, with a dagger on this stone of a large phallic penis.
I'll chuckle to myself for a moment and I
Alright.
will sit by the pond, but I won't go in.
I was gonna say, Corvin would like come up out of the water with one of the lilies on his head. And say, you should get in. It's very refreshing.
I believe you, but no thank you.
Your loss.
Corbin, as you're taking time in this pond, you can feel there's actually a flow at the bottom that's kind of pouring out of like somewhere on the bottom of the pond. There's a lot of stones and moss-covered stones inside the pond itself, but you do feel there's some sort of flow that's just kind of pouring into this pond.
I will. How can I swim down as slow as I can go,
Okay.
just to explore a little?
Yep. Make a perception check as you go down there.
Oh, always so good at these. 11.
Okay. You do notice and follow the flow of the water that's coming from the pond, into the pond. There's some sort of, between some large rocks, some sort of maybe small tunnel or cavern that water is flowing into this pond from. But it's currently covered by some large rocks and stone.
I will attempt to move one of these rocks.
Okay, make a strength check as you try to move one of the large rocks. And I say large, it's probably like 4 feet in diameter boulder.
Oh, jeez. Oh man, I probably didn't roll high enough. 11.
Yeah, especially trying to swim underneath. You're pushing off and then exerting yourself, and then you have to rush up to try to catch your breath.
What,
Kaz, you
what in
see,
the heavens are you doing?
you see, he's kind of exasperated when he comes up.
Oh no, there's the water is flowing out of this tunnel down below. I was trying to move a rock. Kind of
I
floating.
see.
It's a big rock. I couldn't move it.
Fine. And I will disrobe, taking off my the majority of my nice clothing.
Okay.
Um,
Zan is starting a fire over by the caravan.
Corvin, as I'm facing you, I pull my hair back and tie it behind with a piece of string. And as I look forward, you see that my eye that's always been hidden underneath my hair is a golden stone.
Oh.
There's no eye there. In its place, there's a golden sphere. Similar color to the golden iris. I'll quickly close it, then step forward. But as I move forward, you notice that there is a scar across my eye that gets wider towards the underside of it.
Okay. Noted.
Let's move this rock, shall we?
All right. And he will go back underneath.
All right.
I'll
Two
help
of
him
you
move the rock.
dive underwater and try to move the rock. Go ahead and roll again at advantage. Unless
Okay,
unless you
come
want to
on.
roll separately, Kaz.
Advantage. You got this.
But, okay, come on. 21.
And
Much-
you, with Kaz's help, heave the stone and roll it out of the way. And you can see there is some sort of dirt and stone like tunnel that goes down and into the ground, and kind of it goes down and then turns out of your dark vision. So it goes in
Ooh.
about 10 feet and then turns.
How do they do breath holding in fifth edition?
I think it's Constitution.
Yeah, I believe it is.
Modifier. And it's a number of minutes equal to.
Oh, okay.
If it's
Okay.
+2, I think it's 2 minutes.
Okay, so I can hold my breath for 3 minutes.
I think that's correct. I think it's modifier for minutes.
Okay. So I will.
Yeah, you can hold
I'll
your
kind
breath for a number of minutes equal to 1 plus your Constitution modifier.
Okay. So,
Oh, okay.
so I will.
That's even better.
I will point Kaz. I'll say, "Let's go up," and kind of I'll like point to our mouths, kind of to say, "Let's go get a deep breath," and then we can try if you want to. So.
All right, I'm
we'll go
down.
back.
I'm definitely curious.
Well, of course.
Right. Can hold my breath for give or take 3 minutes. Let's
Yeah.
hope it doesn't take longer than that.
All right. How about if we go 2 minutes, we'll come back. Okay. Or no, sorry, you have to go less than that. So a minute. Come back.
Minute and a half, and then
Minute and a
yeah.
half-ish. Okay.
So
All right.
as you guys formulating your plan, you hear Zan say, "They're back!" And Alokian, Belkin, and Tumaway approach the caravan.
Oh. Should we go talk to them first?
Let's go.
All right, Alokian.
Down under we go.
That's fine. Alokian and Belkin, you hear a splash coming from this pond as you're walking down, following Tomaway down towards where the caravan currently is. You see Corvin and Kaz go under the water. Yeah.
Looks like the boys having fun, but no judgment here.
Yes, well, feel free to join them.
Nah, good.
All right.
Right?
Have you ever seen what animals in the water could eat a halfling?
I've never given it much thought, and I'll just kind of.
Yeah. All those dreadful guppies.
Well, I mean, here, but it's my worst nightmare.
All right.
I often don't think about animals that could eat me.
Hmm. You should, because they'll be really big.
Fair point.
All right. So, Kaz and Corvin, who goes in first?
I will go in first. Yeah, I want to lead the way for sure.
Okay. You begin to kind of swimming. It's about 5 foot, maybe 4 foot hole wide, as it winds down, and you have to squeeze and pull yourself through. Kaz, you have nothing but feet and sediment kicked up as Corvin goes into this hole. As it does go down and curve, Corvin, you look around. It goes about 10 feet, and then does a slight turn for about 5 feet, and continues on down, then straightens off. You can also feel a number of other smaller holes that water is kind of coming from. This is definitely connected to some underground aquifer or freshwater spring that's pooling up from the earth. With your dark vision, it goes down for about another 25 feet before it drops again.
Oh goodness. Okay. I'll keep going.
All right, and Kaz, you following behind?
Is,
Now-
is our swim speed half? Is that what it
Uh,
would be?
Well, being you're like kind of pulling yourself along, yeah, you're moving at half speed currently. Currently don't need to roll swim speed, as you can just use the rocks and stuff that's nearby, as you're kind of just floating in down, and the pressure that's kind of pushing against you isn't enough current to have to fight against.
So if we consider dash, it'd be our full movement
Yeah.
every 6 seconds.
Return every 6 seconds. Okay.
So you continue on and go to where it just looks like the larger hole. There's smaller ones along the sides. The larger hole kind of just drops down. You see it drop down. You look down into the hole. You can see it drops down and then planes off again.
Oh dear.
So it goes about 5 feet and then planes off again.
Okay. I'm gonna kind of look back to Kaz and.
And this has only been, 20 seconds or so.
Okay, so yeah. we
Let's
got
just keep going, yeah.
Okay.
All
So
right.
Corvin
Whatever.
pushes his way down.
You go down and it planes off and then it rises. You can
we
see as it does rise, it opens up into a larger area, and you can see the surface of the water kind of moving.
Okay. So I will push my way up. Head to the surface.
So you moved to the surface of that water, and do you break the surface and look into the next space that's there? Because you can see it kind of opens up probably about 6 feet above the water there and goes deeper in and kind of widens.
I probably would. It'd be slowly though. I wouldn't like splash straight up like I have been. I'd like slowly, like Navy SEAL style.
I
like,
was thinking the same, yeah.
slowly
Just
come
like
out of the
slowly
water.
rise up and
okay. Are you trying to be quiet, is what I'm asking?
Yeah, I guess.
All right,
Yeah.
roll a
Probably,
stealth check.
just in case. Stealth
As both of you kind of squeeze into that small space as you're breaking the water there.
11 for me.
11 and a what?
21.
21. Okay. Well, Corvin's kind of splashing about as he's trying to break surface. You can take in a breath again. As you do, you get the stench of rot and decay kind of washes over you. You break the surface and you can see this the water, the ground slowly rise up out of the water and flatten out. You see sand and dirt and a bunch of rubble, probably stones, broken wood, logs, and you also see broken crates that's kind of crumpled and old. You see a barrel that the top looks like it's been torn off and kind of knocked over. Whatever was inside was spilled out and is now rotting. You see a number of bugs kind of scurry about as you move into this space. Further into the space, about 15 feet down, this space kind of opens up. Not tall, but wide. And in the backside of the room, raised slightly off the ground, you see a large pile of more debris, but like sticks and branches and leaves, as it looks like something made a decent sized nest here. Both of you also make perception checks for me.
$16.
9.
Okay. Kaz, you don't notice it, but Corvin, you see what looks like a leg, a set of legs, a bare foot, and a foot with some sort of plated armor on it, sticking out from under some of the broken crates and rubble. That's further in, about 12 feet ahead on your left. And you can also see beyond that, the pool of the water begins again and goes down into the earth.
I kind of look to Kaz and like motion towards the shore, kind of with a questioning look.
Not slowly.
So at this point, the ceiling's fairly low, so you'll have to hunch over or kind of crawl as you get onto the shore there. The shore is probably about 7 feet wide, and then it widens up about 15 feet wide into the room space there. As you get onto the shore, you also notice on the other side that there's like an alcove as you get into that space, which has a bunch of other rubble inside. Corvin, in that alcove, you see in some shallow water there a number of coins in the water.
I don't know.
It's just kind of piled up in one spot.
There's some gold over there. I don't know what we've stumbled upon.
Seems a little too good to be true.
It's kind of what I'm thinking. He's kind of clenching his fists, prepared to punch whatever might be here.
And
Basically all he has.
we're gonna cut over to Belkin and Lokian. Two of you begin to make your camp for the evening, setting up your tents and getting your rations or making your meals as the sun sets on the horizon over the trees. The sky is pink and begins to turn purple. The clouds are gone. I need both of you to make perception checks as you're in and around the camp.
13.
Is there a light source at the camp?
There's a fire that's currently at the camp, but also the lantern is currently lit at the front of the caravan.
If I don't need disadvantage or anything like that?
Not currently. Not where you are.
Alright, cool. Perception. 5.
Okay.
Thank God I didn't have disadvantage.
So both of you are at the caravan, doing whatever you would do for that evening. Probably not, flagellating yourself due to your good deeds that day.
Just only do that.
But setting up your camp. Zan is at the front of the caravan getting some things out of his space. And Alokian, you hear the rattling of chains in the back of the caravan. And then it rattles more violently. You hear the chains hitting on the metal bars as something, or Livshana is just going crazy in the back of the caravan.
Belkin, come with me as we check this prisoner. Something seems to be going on.
Yeah, buddy. I got you.
We'll go back to see what's going on with our prisoner.
As you go around the side of the caravan, you see Livshana there. Her hands are now bound in front of her, but her hands are up at her throat as she's pulling at what looks like some sort of wire or rope that's wrapped around her neck, as there's some sort of humanoid creature in the back of the caravan with her that has matted fur, spotty fur, tufts of fur all over its body, with some parts of the fur, like around the face, the shoulders, elbows, that are exposed, where you see like a pale gray skin with a number of red bumps and rashes all over it. It has a toothy maw and a kind of pushed in canine-ish looking nose. Its hands are clawed, as well as its feet, as it looks like it's strangling her. You turn around the corner, it looks at you, hisses, and then inside of the space, the shadows envelop them both, and they vanish.
Oh,
What's
fuck.
My money!
What do you do?
Immediately, I will shout for Zan.
Zan! Zan says, "Yes."
The prisoner's gone.
"What?" he says as he leaps on top of the caravan, looks around wildly. "How did she get out?"
There was a creature with her. They both disappeared into a shadow. I don't know how to explain it.
You can roll an Arcana check.
10.
Yeah, you're not sure. Zan frantically goes to the back of the caravan, opens the cage. "How did she get out if... What? Left through a shadow? What are you... You two that are beneath the ground." The shadows pool up from the edges of this cavern and make up what looks like two humanoid silhouettes, as you see this same figure choking Livshana as she's manacled at her arms, but any other manacles that she had are gone, or chains are gone. And she's pulling at a cord that she's currently being strangled by. These two appear near that raised nest area. Let's go ahead and roll initiative.
Ooh. Yeah.
I assume
Hey.
just them, right?
No, everybody
Uh,
can. I'm assuming you guys are gonna do something.
Are we just gonna roll, or do you have a map?
I do have a map. I'm gonna get you there in just a second.
I just didn't want to roll unless.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if Andrew, did you say crap? Because I'm sitting here, no armor, no weapon. So,
I don't go anywhere without my sword.
no, I do.
So
Like in the water.
wouldn't have made sense for you to be swimming with a greatsword. I totally
Maybe-
understand.
Could I have a dagger? Because I had a dagger.
Sure, that's fine.
Maybe kept a dagger on me. At least, and I don't just have to use my fist.
I have 2 on me.
Thankfully, even if it's just my fists, I can still smite with them. So,
Nice.
You can. You can.
so in my head, I'm like, oh, I'll just punch him and smite him. But I'd rather use a
I
dagger.
call that the Sarukan.
Yeah.
The holy fists of doom.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's see what I got here.
Yeah, my Wakazashi seals. So
Am I
no
supposed to
water
see
can get in
nothing?
either.
What's that?
I see nothing. It's just blackness.
Yeah, it should be.
Oh, okay.
So can Kaz and Corvin see?
Yes.
All right.
Okay. I'm gonna roll my
9.
initiative, and I guess you could just manually put
I
it
will.
in. for
Yeah,
me.
I'll put you on there.
Okay, same here. 24.
Getting everything set up.
Not that you need it, but you did have advantage on that, Mikey.
Yeah.
You can't do any better than what you did, but
All right. So can Corvin and Kaz currently see?
Yes.
Awesome. So get a token.
Nothing like splitting the party
Oh, it's
Yeah,
great.
at level 2, especially.
awesome.
We're about to see some shit.
Especially after you go swimming through a hole.
hey,
With
just
no
fight the
Yes.
Tarask and you'll be fine.
Fight the Tarask. Oh man, this is being so slow. Sorry, guys.
Good old roll 20.
All right. It's only taking so long because he's trying to load up 2 Tarask.
All right. So
1 mount for each of us.
there you go, and I will go ahead. And I'll add her as well. Okay. Oh goodness. Okay. Well, there we go. All right. Let me get the stream over to that as well. To see our roll 20.
10 plus dex, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's sad.
Okay.
So, Kaz, you see the 2 of them appear up on that raised kind of platform there. You're still in a little bit of water. There's probably like a few inches of water that you're kind of crawling or crouched in currently.
Are they down this way? I can't quite see them.
So
They're
they're
right here.
up here.
Oh, okay. Right.
Yeah, I'll put a,
Ah, okay. I see them. All right. I'm going to move forward, and as a bonus action, I'm going to draw my blade.
Okay.
Normally, Corvin, every time I've drawn my blade, slice with it, and then I resheath it.
This time
The blade stays out.
You're just drawing it.
Stays out and then starts to move.
The creature currently does not
circles.
seem to notice either of you either. Even with
Cool.
your I believe you had 11, right?
And move forward here. And as I'm moving forward, I'm spinning and twisting, and the blade is coming across my body, spinning through the air. And you can hear this almost musical whistle to the metal as it cuts through the air. And I'll cast Blade Song.
Okay.
Bring my AC to 18.
Nice.
Alokian, you did roll a decent perception. You did notice when the shadows like engulfed them and was pulled down into like a pool, they kind of pulled off of the caravan and shot directly towards the pool of water, the pond.
Okay.
And you two that were in that space, just kind of saw a wisp of darkness and move in that space and reapparate before you. All right. So is that the end of your turn, Kaz?
I'm going to move in and slice at the creature thing.
All right. Go for it. As you are closer to it, you see like a similar wisp of darkness and shadows kind of pooling over it, as well as Livshana, and then small flakes of ash that just kind of dissipate off into the air, coming off of Livshana.
Interesting. Natural 1.
All right. You rush forward and try to attack this creature. It quickly hisses and turns, kind of putting Livshana in the way of your sword, as you kind of pull back right before you strike her instead. She's like mumbling, trying to scream through the garrote that's currently strangling her, as well as the cloth that's covering her mouth and binding her from speaking. Yeah, she looks kind of frantic. All right. Next is the creature. You can also roll Arcana or a nature check as the creature. What is it gonna do? Well, let's
I
see.
think it's out of
Order seems a
order.
little broken yet.
Is it?
Yeah, because I should be next, I think. Right? 7.
Yeah, you should be actually. Let me just shift it around manually, I guess. There we go. Orvin.
Corvin will yell, "My money!" And then he's going to run up. He's going to attack. He'll pull out this dagger he had on his hip and run up and try to stab this thing.
Okay.
Hopefully succeeding. 25.
25 hits.
Okay.
Smite a bitch.
Yeah, I think so. Is this thing undead or fiend?
Roll a knowledge, nature, or arcana.
I don't necessarily need
So
Corvin
if
to
Corvin
know.
doesn't need to know, no, it is not undead or fiend.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, Corvin, it would do more damage if he was.
Got it.
All right. 10 necrotic and 9 piercing. So you would watch Kaz as he runs up. He would stab into this thing's like shoulder blade, and then this necrotic energy would begin to spread in the shadowy form around its body. Then he rip it out and growl.
You see the necrotic energy just pulse across its chest, black veins just moving across where Corvin stabbed him in the upper shoulder and trying to pull him forward and away from Livshana, but it holds its grasp on her. You can see her face changing a darker shade as you have currently dark vision. It is now the creature's turn. Unless you have something else.
Offhand to just punch him in the face. Like, I know it's not going to do any damage.
Go for it.
Is that just a strength check? Is that what that would be?
It'd just be a strength, yeah, to attack.
22.
All right, you hit with your offhand. I believe it does 1 point of damage.
Yeah, it doesn't even add my strength because I'm not.
Because that's your offhand, so it does 1 point of damage.
Just 1 point of damage. Just punch him right in the nose.
Yep.
Okay.
Ow! What?
Why would you do that?
All right. The creature is currently choking Livshana. Okay. But seeing now, extremely surprised at the group of you inside of this space, it contemplates life for a moment after being devastated by a dagger from Corvin. My meat, it says, as it kicks Livshana forward, and you see the shadows pool again up and engulf it and disappear. You see the shadows wisp past you also and back down the other tunnel that was in the opposite side.
Okay.
So let's go to Alokian and Belkin. So Belkin, what do you do?
Yeah.
6 seconds.
I only Belkin would know what's going on, so
Okay.
do a investigation check to within the cart to
All right. Go ahead and try to investigate the cart and see if you can glean anything from there.
Yeah. 13.
You do see some like foot claw marks on the inside of the caravan, where it looks like this creature kind of like just like belt down and was strangling Livshana, but other than that, you don't find anything else.
Awoken, I don't know where they might have gone.
I will try to find out.
All right. Alokian, what do you do on your turn?
I will cast Detect Magic.
All right.
That's fair.
As you cast Detect Magic, you do see a trail of magic from the inside of the caravan that trails down into the pool, down and into the water.
They've gone into the water. We should follow. And then I'll start heading that way.
All right. So you move over to the water. Do you get into the water?
Yeah, if I have enough movement to get there.
Sure, yeah. You can get down into the water and follow it to a mouth of what looks like a large cave or tunnel in the earth.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do that, and then that would be my turn.
You do also identify that it is a type of teleportation magic.
Okay.
All right, so Alokian jumps into the water. We'll go over to Kaz.
All right.
Actually, no. Hold on. Kaz and Orvin, from the wall where Liv Shauna currently is. I'm moving some stuff over. You hear what sounds like the best way I can describe it is a muffled scream as the shadows in the walls pool again into a humanoid shape, as what looks like a human man, pale in features as far as its face, but that's just the front of the face revealed as a wispy darkness, kind of is drug along back behind it as this creature kind of apparates from the wall. You can roll a knowledge religion if you wish.
Religion 4.
You're not quite sure what this creature is. As it moves forward, its hand reaches out. Its body is somewhat also translucent, as you can see beyond it with your dark vision. Its hand reaches out and tries to grab a hold of Liv Shauna. As she's kind of like tossed there aside, she's having a hard time trying to dodge out of the way of whatever this new creature is. Its hand moves through her. You can see like a cold chill just kind of move across her neck where she was currently wounded, in that wispy darkness and shadow. This creature begins to absorb that energy from her. And that is its turn. Kaz, it is now your turn. You can see her strength kind of weaken as she kind of slumps across into the nest.
Creature, you're fucking with our livelihood. And as my blade is spinning, I will cast Firebolt at it.
All right, roll an attack.
16
16 hits.
for fire damage.
How much? 4 fire
4.
damage. You see the fire envelop the creature, its body, but its incorporeal form doesn't seem as damaged as you would a living or corporeal creature. So it does take some damage, but doesn't seem to do full effect.
That's it for my turn. That's really
All right.
all I can do.
Corvin.
Corvin will take. I don't know if I can. I don't want to use this as an action, but is there any weapons on the ground that I can see?
You look around, and near the corpse that's underneath some of the rubble behind you, about 5 feet, there's a tip of a blade kind of jutting out of it. It looks kind of rusted and pitted, but not too bad. Looks usable.
Okay. I will grab that blade.
All right, it's a long sword.
Okay. All right, and if I can, I will go and swing that long sword.
So you take a step back, grab the long sword. As part of your action, allow you to pick it up and then move up to it. So just move one space down, and you'll be able to attack it.
Yeah. Yep. All right, using it 2 hands. Swing at this.
All right.
This fool. 18.
An 18 hits. Your blade slices through the shadowy figure.
That'll do 7 slashing damage.
Some of its form kind of wisps away, and you see some of those shadows break apart, and turn into that ash that kind of just dissipates into the air. But it doesn't appear to do as much damage as you would have expected.
Okay.
Its form is somewhat displaced.
I actually get to re-roll that because it's a 2, because I'm using it with 2 hands.
Go for it.
I will re-roll the damage. 8.
All right, that's 1 more point.
So
of
much
damage.
better. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I have a I have it set up to automatically do that with my great sword, but not
Nice.
everything else.
All right.
So that longsword better not be cursed.
I hope it is.
Yeah.
That's it for my turn.
Another creature. All right. And then Liv Shauna, she will kind of stand. She will do a disengage, try to move past you. Do you allow her to move past you?
Well, can I stop her if she's disengaging?
She's disengaging from the creature, but trying to move through your square.
No.
Otherwise, she'll have to try to like bull rush through your square.
Don't really want to let her go.
All right. So you kind of keep her there.
If I can.
All right. Let's see. All right. Go ahead and make an opposed strength check as she's trying to just move past you between the wall and you.
It'll be 23.
You keep her in place. You can get a free attack of opportunity against her if you wish.
No.
All right.
No, I'm not trying to. Well, can I? You tell me, DM. Can I use that to like? I don't know if I want to knock her down because then the creature is gonna have advantage on her. Such a bad place. I'll let her. I won't hit her.
All right.
I'll keep.
But you keep her there. She kind of glares at you in the darkness and shakes her head, looking back towards the creature. All right. You see her focus for a moment as the shadows, even nearby her, just pulse with a negative divine energy and wave over this creature. And you see the creature rapidly turn to her, seeming extremely focused on her now. She tries to mumble something, but can't get words out. All right. We're going to go over to Alokian and Belkin. Belkin, you notice Alokian rush towards the water and dive in. Alokian, do you tell Belkin anything?
I think he did last round, didn't he?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, I told him that they went into the. Yeah, I said they went into the water, and then I dove in.
All right. Do you follow suit behind Alokian?
Yeah, alright. So I'll use my movement to move 25 feet into the water.
Okay.
Alright. And then can I see the hole that Corbin and Kazu's?
Go ahead and make a perception check with disadvantage.
We got advantage.
As the inside of the water, it's fairly dark at this time.
Perception 17.
Okay. Yeah. You can barely make out the direction of where Alokian's going, and he's kind of standing in front of this hole that goes into the ground.
Alright, I'll use a dash action.
Okay.
Bonus action to dash.
All right.
25 more feet
All right.
into the hole.
Belkin rushes ahead of you, Alokian, into the hole.
And I just dive right in.
All right. You get about 15 feet as you kind of curve down into the hole. It's now, at this point, it'll be half movement forward. Lokian, what do you do?
use regular action to dash again and move 25 more feet.
Okay. Yeah. So you move even further. Now you're deeper in where this tunnel kind of dips down. So you're pretty far into this hole now. At this point, you're just feeling for stuff. You feel small holes and rocks. You're feeling the ceiling above you, the ground below you, and the tunnel around you. And then you feel that this tunnel kind of drops down. How far, you're not quite sure.
Okay.
That's...
Yep.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be there. All right, Alokian, what do you do?
I will just be using my movement and my action for dashing.
Okay. So you get up
to
behind...
follow them.
Yep. You get up behind Belkin, and you can tell that this tunnel drops 5 feet and then levels off in front of him.
Okay.
Now the creature, it stops from grasping at Livshana and turns and looks at you, Corvin, and reaches out its cold, wispy hand and tries to grasp you.
Okay.
All right. Currently, does a 15 hit?
Yes, it does.
All right. You take 10 points of necrotic damage.
Right. I am resistant to necrotic damage.
So you take 5 points of necrotic damage.
Nice.
And your strength score is dropped by 2 points.
Oh no!
As it begins to
That's
sap your life force.
Fucking wraiths.
Yeah, that doesn't make me very happy.
And yeah, it just a coldness washes over you. Even though your physical form is resistant to it, there's just the chill, and as it begins to drain your very essence of life from your body, weakness kind of washing over you. Its face, though, still humanoid, still seeming as if its horror stuck across its features. All right. Kaz.
It's about time I fuck him up.
Okay.
Kazashi strike. 7 to hit.
Unfortunately, its wispy form is hard to make out between the darkness in this space, even with your dark vision, and the darkness that's pooling around it, where to actually hit the creature. Your blade just wisps right through the shadowy form.
That's it for me.
All right. So you step up and attack it. You have to move 1 square closer. Yeah. All right. Corvin.
Corvin kind of growls as he feels the strength disappearing. Not today, and I'm gonna swing my longsword I found.
All right.
24.
24 hits.
Okay. 13 damage.
All right. So your blade slashes through the creature. It does have resistance against it, fortunately. So it's going to take 6 points.
I was thinking about smiting, but I don't know where that other thing went.
Its shadowy form is now displaced. You can see it shuddering as if it's trying to hold itself together on this plane of existence.
Kaz, finish it!
Right.
All right. Let's see. Apparating behind you, Kaz, the strange furred creature reappears. Its cord in its hand as it tries to wrap it around your neck and pull you tight, close. Let's see if it can hit. All right. Does a 17 hit your AC?
It does not.
Does not. You quickly turn around, give it a quick kick to the stomach as it falls, stumbles backwards, hissing, "More meat!" All right. That is its turn. Liv Shauna. Looks like she's waiting for something. She seems to be concentrating. She's not casting a spell, but it does look like she's concentrating, surveying what's going on here, and
Trying to
waiting.
keep the break alive, probably.
All right. Belkin.
We'll try this again. Move 25 feet.
All right. Belkin, you follow the tunnel down 5 feet, then forward probably about 3-4 feet before it begins to plane off, and you break the surface of the water. Let me go ahead and put you on the board.
Okay.
The group of you that are above can see Belkin breaking the surface of the water and coming into this space. Belkin, it's completely dark in here. You can hear the sounds of combat not too far ahead of you, but you can't make out who or what is there.
I will hold the attack action until I could see something.
Okay. Alokian, you also appear in space. And you see everything.
Welcome to the
Yeah.
party.
Okay. Let me zoom in a little bit here. So did it take my action to get here?
What's your speed?
Normally 30.
30, so it would have been half. So 15, you would have just broken the water at 15.
Okay. And I am immediately greeted by. Does this creature look familiar, like the one that I saw?
That looks just like the creature that took Liv Shauna from the back of the caravan.
Then, as I break the surface and see it, I will cast Fairy Fire on it.
All right.
Um,
So you get a save against that?
yeah, it's a dex of 14.
All right. It quickly dodges as it's falling back. It rolls into the water. Your fairy fire just kind of sparkles across the ground where it is as it dodges out of the way of the fairy fire.
Okay. Was it holding any objects?
It has a cord in its hand, a short sword at its side.
So each object, would that count?
For what?
So when I do fairy fire, so each object within a 20-foot cube is outlined in blue, green, or violet. My choice.
For
and then-
for you to outline anything that's on him, you would have to hit him, but you can outline anything
Okay.
else that's in the space as well if you wish to light the area. So
Yeah.
Falcon
Okay, we'll
can
at
also
least
see.
do that.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll illuminate whatever with
Yeah.
with green light.
So green light fills the space that you're all in, along the ground, kind of burning, wispy off the water, even the crates, the dead body that's underneath the barrel, the nest that this creature seems to have created, is now dimly lit and outlined.
And then for
Does
my
that
bonus
does that give dim light in this area?
Yeah, so each object will radiate dim light for 10 feet.
Okay. So now you can see a little bit, Belkin. So you can go ahead and take a shot if you wish. Your held action. It will be at
Okay.
disadvantage because of the dim light, but you can still make the attack.
I sure can. Short bow. 9. Does not hit.
Right, unfortunately not. Who were you shooting at?
I can't. I still can't see anything on my end. Unfortunately.
Oh, let me go ahead and give you a second. Even though he's not lit up, I'm just gonna give
Yeah.
some dim light.
All right.
Can you see now?
Yeah, I can see this guy right here.
Yep. That is the creature that
I'll-
was strangling Livshana.
Okay, so yeah, so I would have missed that one then.
All right.
Before the end of my turn, with my bonus action, can I cast? I'd like to cast Shield of Faith on. Because I would notice also from the corner of my eye that Corvin is not wearing his armor.
Okay. Absolutely. You can do that at range. At range.
Yeah, 60.
Yep,
foot
60
range.
feet.
Beautiful. That helps.
Absolutely.
So yeah, he has +2 AC.
All right. The shadowy creature reaches out for you again, Corvin, as it seems to want to devour your life force. So 15 hits your AC.
It does.
All right. This time you only take 6 points of damage.
Okay.
A necrotic damage, so down to 3 because you're resistant.
Okay.
And 2 more points of strength damage as it's
Ooh.
devouring your life. Its hand, you can see its hands just reaching into Corvin and pulling away. You can now see bits of shadow wisp off of Corvin and into this creature. Those of you with dark vision. All right, Kaz.
Okay.
You can see the weakness overcoming your companion, the life just kind of draining from his face.
Okay. Which one of the? I'm gonna swing at the weakest looking one at the moment.
All right, you can see the shadow looks like it's trying to hold itself together in this realm.
There we go.
It's pretty scattered. Go ahead and make an Arcana check as well.
12.
Okay. You're not quite sure about this creature. You know it's probably from some other plane, maybe? You're not sure. Hello, can you
13 to hit.
a 13 does hit.
Or 9 slashing damage.
And you see Kaz cut it in half, and the shadows just explode and look as if they're looking for cracks in any crevice as they wind and wisp away into nothing. Orvin.
Corvin, like weakly, takes it. I'm done with this. I'm gonna swing at that guy behind me.
All right.
Or can I, do we do flanking? I can't remember.
Yep.
Yeah,
You
so
can.
I'll move up here.
So, yep, you have advantage.
Get some
You do
flanking.
see some of the shadows that exploded off of this shadowy creature kind of envelop the whatever this other creature is.
Whatever it is. Okay. Okay, I'll swing at him. 15.
A 15 does hit.
All right, I'm gonna drop a smite on him. My second smite for the day.
Yes.
All right.
Try to get this guy dealt with. Oof. 7 necrotic and 12 slashing.
And with that, Corvin runs him through. His blood pouring from its toothy, sharp-toothed maw, and it splashes as it hits the ground.
Kind of rip the sword out, and then just like fall on my butt.
Okay.
'Cause I'm feeling very weak.
Good of you
An initiative
to join the
ends.
fray. It is good of you two to join the fray.
For realsies, and then he kind of lays down.
For realsies indeed.
And breaking the surface, the water behind all of you. Zan, blade at the ready, his lantern in hand, as the gray light kind of emanates around all of you. What? He's kind of looking through the space. What happened? He's seeing Corvin. He rushes over, looking
I'm
over to
fine.
Liv Shauna.
I'm fine.
You, he says as he begins to stomp his way over towards her.
I'm gonna put my hand up one hand up as I sheath my blade. Dropping blade song. It was not her.
He sneers. What? And he looks at the creature that's on the ground.
It was that.
What the hell is that?
Not entirely certain.
So all of you
Dead.
in here now, especially the newcomers, you were in the middle of combat and there was adrenaline pumping, but the stench of this area now hits you. It smells like rot, decay, mildew, rotting corpse flesh. It's horrendous in here, especially in this small, tight space.
Belkin, did you fart?
Not this time.
I was worried as such. This smell of death. Decay. It's unpleasant. Should get the prisoner back. Any luck without her drowning?
She looks a bit weak as well, similar to Corvin, but not as bad.
Yeah, I would say I could help her, but I am feeling not great at the moment.
Understood.
Now that the space is sort of lit up slightly because of Zan as well as the fairy fire, you do see the corpse underneath some of the rubble on the side. You do also notice the glimmer of coin in a shallow pool nearby this nest. You also see near where you got that sword, Corvin, a heavy metal shield that's kind of lodged in behind some of those crates as well. You can't make out any detail of it, but you can kind of see the top of it It looks like a kite shield in shape.
Corvin will kind of sit up. Says, despite feeling not great, there is treasure about, and he will stand up and he'll go and get the shield.
Hold. But a moment. I'll cast Detect Magic.
All right.
Smart boy.
So you focus on your magic, and in the space, you get a few different magics emanating from this area. Obviously, teleportation has happened here. Some evocation possibly coming off of Corvin's body or hand after he smote this creature. The shield in the corner is emanating decent magic as well. And that's all you can sense at the moment.
Nothing else within the chamber?
Nothing that you see.
Okay. And yeah, just investigate around the area and see
Okay.
what else. And I'll, Ovin, shield you were about to place your hands upon. Leave for but a moment. It does contain some form of magical essence. I would like to peruse the area in full first, but to ensure its safety, wield. Would like to spend a little time with it.
All right, that's fine. I'll
Do
help you look.
you
up.
actually touch the shield or no?
I don't know if he could have stopped me in time. Probably was the only issue.
It's up to you guys.
Yeah, I don't know that I would have stopped him from touching it.
So
you cast Detect Magic, and I was already kind of going there.
So you grab the shield and pull it out from where it's lodged in there. It looks like it was almost like discarded, like it was trash. But the shield is trimmed in a gold color, and in the center of the shield, in the kite shield, you see the serpentine purple dragon that has a purple color kind of painted on the back behind it in the background.
Is a very gorgeous shield.
You can roll a knowledge history when you pull that thing out. Roll an investigation for anyone that's searching around the area.
If I can, I will help. I will help, or Belkin can help, or whoever.
Okay, that's fine.
Just give Kaz advantage.
All right, that's fine.
20.
Do you want to roll separately, Belkin, or on top, or have?
I'll just help him out.
Okay,
I'll do that.
20. As the group of you begin to search the area, the nest, the pool of water. Inside the pool of water, you find a number of gold coins, a total of 48 gold pieces and 98 silver. And it looks like it was meticulously placed in this pool, like stacked almost perfectly, almost treasured. You start going through crates. One of the crates has a small bottle that has a reddish color liquid. When you grab it, kind of swirls with a silvery color inside. Looks very similar to one of the vials that Alokian gave each of you. You find another vial in one of the crates, which has a bright electric blue liquid inside. On the dead human that you eventually uncover, he currently has fairly nice plate armor on, which also has embellished on the center of the chest that same purple dragon, as well as either shoulder. At one time, it looked like he had a purplish colored cloak or cape draped off the back, but it looks torn up and decayed. You also find in a pouch inside, which the pouch looks like it's been ripped open on him, but inside that pouch, you find 3 egg-shaped, looks like maybe quartz, with inside that quartz some sort of stone that's blue in color. 3 of those. The quartz that seems to be around those stones looks like you can pull them apart. I'll give it to you, Belkin. You know that those whatever's around those stones are normally for people that trade in a lot of stones, as they want to protect their precious stones, because if they drop them, the stone may shatter on the floor.
Gotcha.
You also find a scroll case, kind of stuffed in the side of like the breastplate of this individual's armor.
I will take that shield over to Alokian.
Okay.
Kind of spin it in my hand and say, I think you could make good use of this.
Do I recognize the
Roll a history check.
symbol? You said it was like a purple dragon, right?
Yeah, Corvin rolled a 6 for his history check, so he does not know.
Mine's not
15.
better. 10. Oh,
10's all you need. I'll give you a little bit more on the 15. They're fairly well known within Cormyr. This is a symbol of the Purple Dragon Knights. Kaz, you know the Purple Dragon Knights. Well, Logan, you know that Purple Dragon Knights are probably a bunch of the army and guards within Cormyr itself. It's basically everything that protects Cormyr. Kaz, it is a symbol of the Purple Dragon Knight. But this shield looks like it's probably for someone, especially this armor as well. It's probably for someone that's higher station.
I will put it to good use, as you say.
Yes,
I
but
would-
first, I want to take 10 minutes and identify the shield.
I would say, if I wouldn't mind taking the armor. I know it matches the shield, but if you don't mind.
By all means, I procured some armor from a giant earlier.
Oh, is it played as well?
I don't know, there's bones in it right now. I
Okay.
didn't get a good look before having to dive into the water.
Oh, okay. Well, it's plate. If you want to take the matching purple armor, you can. I don't really care for that.
Like a
color.
swapsies.
Yeah, just so you can match with the shield and the armor.
Well, yeah, we'll get back to camp and
Oh,
decide.
okay.
So you're going to cast Identify in this space?
Yes.
All right. You're going to ritually cast it or just cast it as...
Ritual cast, yeah.
All right, so you're going to take the 10 minutes in this dank, dark hole to cast Identify. What do you wish to identify? The shield?
The shield, yep.
It is a +1 heavy shield of the Purple Dragon Knights. It also gives any adjacent allies +1 wisdom saves versus fear. Right, in effects.
Nice. Like perfect for you.
Cool. Right. And the only other magical items were the potions, right?
The potions, but also when they pull out those stones, one of them radiates magic.
Okay. I can wait on those till we get back to camp and identify them. I was mostly concerned about the shield.
Yep.
I'll take the other items and I'll show the others the bag. Safekeeping, and I'll take the items and show them drop in and disappear.
Oh yeah. Oh,
My money!
what's that?
This, my friends, is a bag of holding. It contains within it an extra dimensional space wherein we can store particular objects. By all means, reach your hand in, think of the object I just placed, and it shall appear in your hand.
Oh. Magic is weird. But that does definitely make carrying this plate armor a lot easier, I would say, if we can fit it in there.
Indeed, we
Yeah.
can.
Also, now that you're looking at the different stones, the one that is radiating magic, isn't the shape fairly well crafted, as looks like a griffin figurine.
Not cool.
Dibs.
Cor-
Dibs.
Corbin, I mean, identify it, see what it does. Corbin's gonna go down this hall.
Good night, kiddos.
Is there anything down this way? Or did this isn't the way we came from, was it?
No, you came from the north. So that's the other tunnel that goes back down underwater. So you wish to go that way?
Mm, yeah, I probably won't go all the way. I mean, I'll go to the water. I probably won't go in the water unless I already have.
Yeah, you'll have to actually dive in the water to get that far.
Okay, this far? Okay. Then I guess I'll wait.
All right.
I will tell the group there's another tunnel that way.
When you do go to that side and look into the water there, the water here looks less fresh and more inky.
Yeah.
And dark in color.
Should I go see if I can find anything in there? Should we wait till tomorrow or something?
I'd rather wait. This place reeks. I'd like to
I'm
get
just-
out of here as soon as possible.
All right. I'll come back tomorrow so we can.
You
All
look
right.
like shit.
I
Yes.
feel very weak.
Let us
Okay.
drag you back to camp.
So
Okay.
you all
Oh, yeah.
leave out the way you came.
I
You
guess so.
you resurface, slightly damaged, slightly wounded, but resurface back out of the pond. Zan following behind, trying to light the way for himself as well as Belkin, and make it back to camp like a bunch of wet dogs and cats. And I think that's where we'll leave this session for
Cool.
tonight.
Sounds like a plan.
So, everybody out in the stream, do you have any more questions for me before we close? No? All right, think of your questions for next time. I'm sure you have plenty. But those of you in the stream, thank you so much. And, Alokian, thanks for the subs. I appreciate that. And y'all have a good night.